Good morning, everybody. This makes me look very unpopular because there's nobody around listening to this at the moment. So welcome to the Insight stage of today's class conference. There's no lengthy introduction from me. I am Sam Bailey-Watts, the Director of Residential Services at the University of London currently, and also Director of FRA Consulting. You're at the inside stage, so for those of you that are in front of me, you need to switch to red to hear us, but obviously there's nobody, not too many people around. On the Insight stage today, we have 9 sessions exploring developments in student living in Germany and Spain, a keynote by the Barcelona City Commissioner, the challenges of student housing and how they could be addressed, a panel on student living, happiness and well-being, and designing spaces for people and the planet. We'll conclude with some closing remarks on the main Inspire stage at 4:10 p.m. So thank you very much. The first session today, I'd like to invite James Snaith, who is the Director of European Investment and Development from Savills, to present his data insight on student living in Germany. So James, can you come up to the stage? Thank you very much.
Hey. All right. How you doing, Florian? Oh. Thank you. Hello, everyone. And yes, I'm James Snaith. I'm a director in the operational capital markets team at Savills. And I'm here to do the data insight session on Germany. Just trying to click through the slides. Oh, there we go. So what I'm going to cover is firstly the fundamentals in the space. And then I'm going to come on to kind of talking through some of the investment market dynamics. And I prepared this presentation a couple of weeks ago, and just over the last week or so, I thought we've got the kind of the brain power of Savills kind of adding to this presentation. But why not check in with AI and see what that thinks as to why I should invest in student accommodation in Germany? And actually, I think the response from AI was fairly interesting and serves as a fairly good executive summary for the rest of the presentation. So AI thinks Germany's got strong demand, it's a stable economy, there's an excellent kind of education hubs, and these are the kind of more standardized questions from it, but you should be investing for good kind of rental income, excellent kind of long-term potential, and potential for capital appreciation, which we will be coming on to in the investment part of the presentation. But let's check if the brain power at Savills has surpassed what AI thinks that we should be doing when it comes to investing in student accommodation in Germany. So firstly, coming on to demand, and then we'll go through some of the supply side dynamics. Germany has about 2.9 million students. That makes it the second largest student population across Europe, second only after France. What we've seen over the last 3 or so years is that there is a kind of a static and slightly falling number of domestic students, but that is offset somewhat by an increase in international students. And you'll see from these 2 charts that what's happening across the entire student population is mirrored broadly in what's happening in the first-year students in Germany on the right-hand side. I mean, don't be put off by the slight dip in university students. Really, that's just to do with kind of demographic trends at the 18-year-old level. And as we'll come on to discuss, the supply side obviously factors into whether student accommodation works or not in the country. Referring more so to international students, and what really goes hand in hand with them is the number of English taught programs. And you'll see that over this time period, we've actually had a 6% increase in English taught programs. So it's a market which is, or it's a university system which is open and welcoming to international students. The other factor when it comes to international students is how the country ranks on the ranking systems that those students look at. And in the QS World Rankings, for instance, Germany has 4 universities in the top 100 universities globally, which ranks it kind of 8th out of all countries globally. But across the 250, so the number of universities in the top 250 ranking, it has 16. So it actually does better and has a broader base of very good universities in the 250 and not just in the top 100. So that goes to a very strong student base across the country. What we have here is the top 30 cities. The smallest on here, so Tübingen, has 28,000 students. So you'll see that there's really strong student populations in these 30 cities. If you were kind of considering commercial investment, you'd be talking about the big 7 in Germany. And actually, what we have here is some interesting dynamics, because we have Aachen, Münster, Bochum, all kind of splitting up the big 7, to be honest, because they have very strong student populations. So really, it's something that works across multiple different cities. When we start to go to the kind of the smaller end of this student population list, we're talking about students making up approximately, sometimes 30% of the total city populations. So these are still kind of, university cities. The other thing to note is the share of international students, and we've got a fluctuation between kind of 5% and 25%. Obviously, with the likes of Aachen being very international focused. The average is 15%, so it's a very good, strong international student base. So moving from the demand side to supply, we've had a period from 2012 to 2020 of an uptick in the amount of beds which are being built in the sector. So roughly 50,000 beds were added over that period. Private accommodation generally makes up a fairly small proportion of purpose-built bed space, because you have Studentenwerk, which is a not-for-profit organisation, which have about 240,000 beds under management. So the private space is relatively small, but has been increasing recently. The Savills forecasts for supply coming through between 24, 25, 26, we're only actually predicting another 5,000 beds to be added. So you can see that the kind of the sliding chart here is starting to tail off a bit. So there are difficulties coming through with supply. It has been a bit stronger in the previous kind of 7 years. We'll come on to kind of discussing some of the reasons behind that kind of supply pipeline difficulties on the panel when we come to it. So combining demand and supply, as I mentioned, Germany ranks very strongly when it comes to total student population, large international student population. The interesting element of this chart on the right-hand side is that there's only a 7% kind of supply to demand, so total students over the total number of beds, including the including the not-for-profit stuff from Studentenwerk, which ranks Germany kind of second last, to be honest, when it comes to those dynamics. So there's a massive opportunity there for new stock to be built across that super broad base of cities that I mentioned in the top 30. And one of the factors with Germany is that students not only stay in the purpose-built student accommodation, but a lot stay in kind of shared apartments. And here what we're doing is we're tracking the number of offered apartments in the top 30 university cities. And because of those kind of constraints around the amount of supply coming through, you can see that actually if you were a student wanting to stay in a city, you've got a reducing number of apartments that you can access, whether that's in the purpose-built stock or whether that's in the shared apartments. So that has gone down by approximately 20% since the peak, which was in 2021. So we have a supply-constrained market, and in a supply-constrained market, rents are going to increase. So you can see here in the chart on the left-hand side that since 2021, rents have been going up by, and again, this is not just the purpose-built accommodation, this is the shared apartments as well. Rents have been going up by, on average, about 6% year on year. And we've got data kind of tracking one-room apartments and all offered apartments, and they, as you can see, are kind of both are tracking upwards. I think what I find interesting in the chart on the right-hand side, which is a kind of a monthly all-in rent for student and micro, is that the rental base for A cities, the rents nationwide have been catching up with A cities, which is an interesting trend. Again, something to talk about with the panel, where you can see there's a catch up to a minimum level of rental base across the country. And another factor that happens when you have kind of a constrained supply side market is that occupancy is good. And this chart kind of demonstrates how strong it has been for a number of years, and it was extremely strong through COVID times. Again, C cities performing remarkably well when it comes to occupancy. Bearing in mind these are averages, but C cities are actually demonstrating higher levels of occupancy than A and B in our data collection. So, who are the largest kind of owner operators in the country? Will be welcomed in the panel by members of iLive, International Campus, and Milestone. Here you can see the largest operators have about 6,000 beds, which is on the whole kind of relatively small by comparison to other countries. But what is interesting is that you'll see that there are business plans which not only tackle the student accommodation market, but you can see that often they're kind of moving into kind of micro-living, hotel-style operations, and student does kind of form part of the collection of accommodation which is offered by these top providers. So moving on to the investment market update. And you might need your magnifying glasses to see how much is traded this year, because I mean I took a bit of a step back when I kind of had a look at this chart, and what I've done is I've actually included kind of other micro living and service departments to make us feel better about how much is traded in student accommodation. But we've only identified 15 million trading through the course of this year. And you'll see over the period 2016 to 2020, we've broadly been having about 600 million trading on average every year. So deal volumes are severely depressed at the moment. And I think this particular line chart kind of sums up some of the difficulties people are having with the financing side of investing into student accommodation. We've got yields across the top, multifamily and student, and it's important to take into account multifamily yields in Germany, where you have fewer trades within the student space. And we've got your 10-year government bonds and Euribor kind of coming up to essentially meet the yields that student and multifamily trade for. So there's a real squeeze on the returns that investors are able to get out of investing into the space. I mean, this is not just a factor which is affecting the German market. It's obviously a factor which is affecting other countries and other sectors. But this kind of adequately demonstrates the squeeze on returns, really. Additional headwinds which investors are generally facing are the rise in construction costs, albeit you can see that there was a significant increase through 21 to 22. And that is starting to tail off a bit. So the increases are starting to reduce and plateau. What our data doesn't really pick up is that there's been a bit with developers in Germany. Some are really struggling right now. So with a bit of a squeeze on the developers who haven't been active over the last 12 to 18 months. That will lead to hopefully further adjustments in construction costs. The main contractors will of course be competing a bit more for mandates. So hopefully that will feed through to the base costs that we're seeing for construction. But that is another one of the headwinds that people are facing when it comes to supply. And then the chart on the right-hand side really kind of describes how energy costs have tracked. Obviously exceptionally relevant to the operational side of student accommodation. It's plateaued, but Germany on the whole is still dependent upon buying in gas, which is keeping the prices relatively high, and that will need to be taken into account by the panel members who are going to be joining me shortly. So to summarize the presentation, really before I'm joined by the panel, I think it's fairly undoubted that the fundamentals in Germany are exceptionally strong when you look at it on a top-level basis and you compare supply and demand. For existing stock and those that are able to see, the 6% rental increases year on year that I've explained have been happening. That's a good position to be, but they will be facing the kind of the financial constraints that I mentioned, in the extra kind of loan costs that we've seen. Really, I think it's not just a case of Germany having a static investment market, but we have seen that across European markets generally. So, in my view, kind of risk-adjusted returns definitely do need to rebalance to see trade start to kind of come through in the market. And finally, we've touched a little bit on the additional headwinds like construction cost increases and energy cost increases, and we can talk about that with the panel who are going to be joining me fairly soon. So
It's all working very smoothly here, as you can see. James, thank you very much for your presentation. There was only a handful of people here before, but my name's Sam Bailey-Watts. I'm the Director of Residential Services at the University of London, and I am the MC/host of this panel today, of this event. So James is going to be the moderator now of the next session of the panel discussion. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Benjamin, who is the director. We can give them a hand, actually, guys. Director of Commercial and PR at International Campus. We have Jorge, who's the COO of iLive. Jorge. He's a bit slow. There you go. There we go. Here we go. Thank you, Jorge. And then we have Christoph, who is the Managing Director of Milestone. Christoph, take a seat. Christoph. James, over to you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. And at the start of the panel, I think it's great if we introduce ourselves and our backgrounds, and then maybe we can pick up on some of the matters that you want to pick up on that I've been through in the data insight session.
Okay.
Jorge?
Should I? Good. Well, my name is Jorge Salazar. I'm Mexican. I live in Germany since the last 13 years. And I'm the CEO of a company called iLive. We are market leader in Germany, specifically in PBSA, and we recently launched another product which is service apartments, which we saw the opportunity and we went for it. Yeah, that's who we are. We have a motto, our sort of USP in Germany. It is we bring home to our people. And that's our brand. Both are inspired in Brazil. We are a little bit different, I would say, from the rest. I mean, of course, we offer an accommodation, clean, safe, good location like all of our colleagues and competitors in the market. And I think we have our own philosophy, and we believe that people like it. I mean, we have a very good position in the market. We focus on try to build a community and try to have the people happy, actually. That's more or less what we do. I am the CEO of the company, responsible for operations and for further expansion. That's our objective. And yeah, I'm very happy to be here with my colleagues in the panel. We are in Germany, but we see a lot of potential.
Great.
So that's it from my side.
Thank you, Jorge. Ben?
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Benjamin, representing International Campus Group, based in Berlin. So International Campus, in the broader sense, is an owner-operator platform active in Central Europe with approximately 5,500 beds under management and 2,500 more in development, based on 2 brands, the FIS and Havens Living. The FIS providing access for students in Central Europe and Germany, as well, with access to space, access to community, access to additional services. I think in the panel we go deeper into that, and Havens Living is a brand that helps expats, people on the move, arriving in metropolitan cities with a duration between 6 months and maximum 12 months. So my role that I see is commercial director and PR, so helping to bring the revenue in, as well as making IC as understandable and accepted as possible in the markets, also for the municipality side of things. So happy for the discussion today, and hand over to Christoph.
Yeah, so hello everyone, my name is Christoph. I am with Milestone. Milestone is mostly known as a student housing operator in Europe. However, we are also now broadening our product range. Next to student living, we also will offer now Milestone Urban Living, which is more in a co-living, service apartment style. And what we're also very excited about is our Milestone Silver Living brand, which is basically student living for seniors, where we are hopefully opening our first property next year. So coming back to the student housing business, so we are currently managing around 5,000 beds across Europe. And 2 of those buildings that we manage in Germany. We see a lot of potential, also like Jorge has mentioned, in Germany. Me, in my role, I'm responsible for our growth, for our international expansion, and we want to do especially more in Germany. I'm very excited to be here today, and I'm looking forward to this panel.
Thank you, Christoph. Maybe we start with just asking each of the panel members if there was a particular element of the data insight session that you wanted to pick up on and really kind of expand upon, Jorge?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, as an operator, I think the slides that you showed before show that there's a lot of potential. There is a lot of demand, supply is going down, so it's an opportunity for current operators, and I mean, prices are going up. We know that construction, electricity supplies, but at the end of the day, there is potential. And in our case, for example, we have a portfolio. We are managing mostly all of our houses in Germany. So we know very good the German market. We know specifically that we want to grow. Sometimes we will end up doing or continue to do business with institutional partners. We have a very good institutional partners set up, and we also do Einzelvertrieb, so one-to-one sale. It's a very challenging setup, so to say, because you need to accommodate yourself. You have an opportunity, might not be interesting for an investment fund, but you have the opportunity that you see the potential, and then of course you need to end up with this one-to-one sale, which is of course it carries on a lot of effort. You need to basically split you set up into handling this to kind of a customer or the channel management. But there is opportunity there. We have been operating, we started as a PBSA, iLive group, and one of the pioneers in Germany. And also we saw time to time that there is this big opportunity for service apartments, which is, we are not talking directly, but it is also because we have sometimes, because of the high demand of the locations that we have students in our service apartments. Of course, it's a kind of a different, it's not bachelor students mostly. It is basically master students where they could not find a affordable place, and they ended up with us sometimes, if they're coming to Germany for 1.5 years, sometimes they believe that they are with us for 3 months while they are looking for another more affordable opportunity because we are not the most affordable in the market. And they ended up sometimes staying with us because they simply like the concept. They like the benefit of having kind of a hotel environment. Say if you have reception, you can have breakfast, you can have cleaning, you have this community also in going to we have a bar, we have the Brazilian pipe and the Brazilian vibe, and sometimes people like it, and therefore I said we ended up with these two solutions where we believe that we have a lot of potential actually to grow the brand outside Germany as well, also in the DACH region, where German-speaking countries. We are going for it. And it's very challenging as an operator to have the two brands. And on the other side, for the investment side, to manage the two type of stakeholders. The institutional on the one hand side, and also the Einzelvertrieb. You can imagine, I think we are half and half, so I would say 3,000 of our apartments are Einzelvertrieb, yeah? And that's a big deal. A lot of people are running out of it, but we are going and we are actively engaging it because we have the know-how. We believe it's worth it, the effort, but it's very complicated. It's not that easy. Yeah. Maybe Ben.
Yeah. So I would like to state the point that when we talk about students, what is a student? Who is a student today? What was a student 20 years ago? Our understanding of student, I think this is something very important to understand when we talk about potential. Because the days when I studied 20 years ago, there was Magister, there was one homogeneous, more or less homogeneous group of students. This completely changed with the Bologna, with a whole bachelor-master system. So today I would more talk about learners. And learners are a various group of people in a certain age range, between beginning of the 20s, end of 20s. And in this group there are a lot of opportunities only for segmentation, for new products, and understanding the needs of these different groups. So the potential is even higher than just talking about the classical student numbers. We see that in our product as well, that we get more and more interest of private universities, dual students, people that study their bachelor, then they do the work, then they get back doing the master. So there's a lot of movement in this group of learners. And this is what we try to capture with an approach of deep customer understanding. We can talk about this later, what the needs are and how we cover that to really follow this shifts also in the audiences and provide different offers, be it lease lengths, be it amenities, or be it room size, to the different kind of groups. But I would like to make the point that we really need to understand that students is not a monolithic group. It's for marketing purpose, it's easy to target because you can say you can target students quite easily as the learners, but when you dive deeper, it's very heterogeneous. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Ben. Christoph?
Yeah, so one of the key takeaways, I guess, from your presentation earlier for me is the rising number of international students. And at the same time, we see a decrease of the student housing supply, right? And so, of course, this will end in a crisis eventually if this is not being solved soon. And I mean, one of the biggest profiteers of Brexit is probably is Germany, right? With the universities that a lot of the Erasmus students who used to go to the UK are now going to Germany, and the universities are picking up on this trend. They react rather quickly. They offer more and more English taught courses, but at the same time the housing market is not able to keep up. And we have seen this in the Netherlands, where we have this influx of international students and just this crisis that came with it. I mean, there's a lot of benefits with international students coming to your town, coming to your country, but if you cannot host them, if you cannot accommodate them, also for the local students, it just becomes difficult. So I think now is the time, or maybe it's already a little bit too late, but I guess now is better than late, than never. Now is the time to really start building proper student houses for especially also international students. And with international students also comes a different kind of demand almost, I would like to say. So they expect a bigger focus on communities. Often they come alone. It's often the first time away from their family house. So this community aspect that we all offer in our product will become more and more important. And for this, we have to be able to build more and more of those products.
Thank you. So I think all of the panel members have identified that the opportunities there, the residents want to come and stay at your schemes, not just students, but also other forms of uses. But so the main question is, how do we increase supply? What are the issues being faced with more schemes being built, and how do we circumnavigate those issues? Christoph, do you want to pick up on that?
I mean, Jorge has already touched it in his earlier points, the legal requirements, right? When you go to Germany, there's basically the residential zoning and there's the commercial zoning. And if you're a pure student housing operator, you're obviously in the residential zoning. When you want to do then also add a short stay element, and for this I would also consider the Erasmus students who stay 3 or 4 months.
Correct.
You run into issues and you run into a gray zone, so to say. So I think we have discussed this earlier before we started. The Erasmus students, right? There's the minimum. If you have a residential zoning, you have a minimum contract length of 6 months. But no Erasmus student for a semester will stay for 6 months. So you enter into a gray zone where I think we all solve it in a similar way, where you basically sign a contract for over 6 months, but then you just allow the student to cancel at any time when they are done with it, right? So there is some workarounds, and we all are working in different jurisdictions so we are kind of, I think I would say we are creative enough to find solutions. However, looking at Germany, looking at the eagerness of the German lawmakers to regulate and to control stuff is especially difficult for us. So, and this doesn't end with the contract lengths. This starts with the VAT. If it's residential, commercial, this already is reflected in the building cost and everything. And then there's just so many layers to the whole thing. And then also the next issue that we run into, if you have to sign a contract that is longer than a year, so an open-ended rent contract, you need to have an actual handwritten signature on the contract. And of course you can do it electronically, but that doesn't mean that only we offer the electronic signature, but also the guy or the girl, the tenant has to have the access to this qualified electronic signature. So there's a lot of layers that make this unnecessarily complicated. And for us, I think I speak for all of us, if we could reduce this red tape, it would make everyone's life a lot easier.
So may I add, I think it's important to understand in Germany that we have by law a very high security of residential. One of the highest principles is if you have an own apartment, it's very highly protected, highly regulated and secured. So it's not as easy to build a business around this that wants to be as flexible. So at the moment we're in a situation that we have, I think, a pretty good common sense between the tenants and the landlord or us. So there's not a problem. The problem is that there's this legal framework that is highly complicated, and we need complicated workarounds to the dissatisfaction of the customer. So, and I think that in the next years there will be a need in Germany to rediscuss these legal frameworks or to create new exceptions, and also build up a kind of more coherent lobbying with all providers to come to the authorities, to the municipalities, to explain the products and to bring change into the legal law. Other thing is new build. I assume it's nearly impossible at the moment in Germany to realize economically. So office transformations, conversion projects are key. They theoretically make sense for student housing for sure, but there again we need a rechange of the zonings in the cities, and the procedures take too long to realize housing in Germany. That's why a lot of projects fail. That we have these delays and overtime. So I think there is at the moment a major block in Germany for growth is this kind of environment. But I assume that the government at the moment, I think they announced that they want to bring down regulation in several fields. Let's see what this brings. Maybe this can fuel our growth again.
Excellent. Jorge, would you like to?
One of the charts was shown that there is less new developments, right? It is no secret. I mean, prices per square meter for ground are ridiculously expensive in the A cities where the big universities and the bigger demand. Construction price is super expensive. You have seen in the charts a little bit of plateau. And it's very simple. I mean, it needs to be attractive financially. You need the cash to build it up. And of course, whom is bringing the cash, expecting a profit. The yields have been going down. This is no secret at all. And you know, sometimes you as an operator or as a developer as well, sometimes you go and run the risk. Yeah, that's what we have done sometimes with the Einzelvertrieb, so one-to-one sales. But I think a couple of things need to happen in Germany, especially in prices are completely, I would say, ridiculously expensive. Yeah, there's a lot of demand. The regulations are crazy. I mean, me being non-German in Germany the last 13 years, by itself it's a challenge, right? But when you start really deep diving in all these regulations, when you're opening, even in the same Bundesland, in the same city, but in a different side of the city, but different rules, you know, it's just so complicated that it does not invite you to go after and run a little bit the risk on how can you run more efficiently your operation, because at the end, in our case, we are management fee, and of course, you have the rents. It's theoretically everybody is looking. We do the same every day commercially. You're trying to put the rates as much as you can as high, but the sky has a limit, right? You can have a super expensive and nobody's actually getting into your house. And it's always this gray zone of, I think, we are seeing in our opinion, the things, especially construction cost and value of overpriced, we call it overpriced lands, will start to go down and need to go down. This is one of the main principles of the things stopping up the development. This is not secret. This is not, so to say, a confidential topic. This is well known. We see it every day. And I think here, patience on the one hand side. Also, we need to be more brave on how do we offer products which are we manage more efficiently, that we can actually a little bit reduce our running costs to be more attractive, I would say, to our investors. But at the end of the day, the people who are bringing the cash that we operate, they're expecting a profit, right? And there are different, as I mentioned in this equation, things that we cannot control, but I think patiently the things are possibly starting to look opportunistically good for the people who have the right means to do so. And I believe that if you have the right product in the market, the right brand behind you, the right structure, the right presence in the market with the right partners, the future might be very bright.
Thank you, Jorge. I mean, maybe we expand a little bit on, you've touched on viability, but maybe we touch a little bit more on, flexibility on rents. We've seen, in the data insight session, rents going up 6% year on year. So, is it simply a case of just tracking that, or are there innovations in product or deliverability that kind of help with the rents that are being offered by the schemes? Maybe you want to pick up on.
Pricing is always interesting, right? The commercial.
And I mean, you've also all gone for not just kind of student business plans, but also those that kind of offer different things. And is that part of the same question? How do you make the viability of these schemes work and really get to?
So I might share one insight. I think, for example, PVSA wise, in some cities where we have the flexibility to bring not only students, we take the advantage. What does it mean is we are bringing, we cluster them in young professionals, and it's actually this target of people who they finish university. They have been there in your house for 2 years or for 3. They love the location because it's very accessible. They feel very comfortable with, and they want to stay. And I mean, it's very difficult sometimes to walk them out to say you're not allowed actually to live anymore here. And here you have always a great opportunity to have a dynamic pricing structure where you can invite them to stay longer because they are not students anymore. Yeah, either sometimes you do it in your own product of PVSA, or you do it like in our case also with the brand that we have for service apartments. But this is specifically niche. We see it, and also companies are bringing more people. This is the reality. I used to do that. We're bringing a lot of non-German people to Germany, to big industries, mechanical industry, automotive, pharma, and they are bringing people outside, and they need accommodation as well. And of course, long term, they will find their own flat. But being there, ready with a bed, with a nice concept, in a great city, in the best location, is actually a very good opportunity to cash in now the demand. and play with this dynamic pricing strategy. I mean, we are profiting from it whenever we can, of course. Yeah.
So, without giving away of too much of our secret sauce in pricing, saying maybe two or three insightful things. So the first thing is that we completely reframed our product from this price per square meter logic and completely went away from this micro-living thing. So this is one thing that enables us to present the product in a broader sense and bring more value into it, that we deliver this living concept that brings people more value, arriving in the new environment, easy access to the home, getting services from the house management team on site, access to the whole house, community areas, and so on and so on. If you do this right, this enables you to get a better rent accepted by the customers. This is one thing. And the other opportunity is that you work with the lease types and lease lengths in the product and cover the whole need. So I think you have people that the Erasmus international guest students, they have a need for 3 to 6 months, but you also have the long-term medicine law students that study 5 years or 3 to 5 years that aim for a longer period. And when you mix these lease lengths in the building properly, you can cover more rent for the shorter people and a lower level on the longer stay ones, and so you can balance out a good average rent over the asset by different lease types. So this is something, for example, what you can do.
Yep.
And we see from the student side less discussions about pricing and affordability. We have more discussions about price-value relation. So the generation now is accepting more rent, all-in rent, but it's challenging us harder on delivering service and delivering quality. This is something we see recent years, that there's a change. So the discussion with the students has shifted.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, all very valid points, but just highlighting again, this all is under the legal framework. Like, what can you actually then do, right?
Yep.
Ideally, you offer monthly contracts and 12-month contracts in the same building. Right now, theoretically, you cannot. In practice, you cannot really offer it. If it's
you can 6, 12, and
exactly
24, 36. This is what you can do.
So, all wishful thinking to some degree. But I mean, we're trying to find solutions in this matter. When it comes to pricing itself, I mean, of course, we always try to frame ourselves to be able to dictate those prices, then the students will pay it. But at the end of the day, we are only able to some degree to influence the actual pricing. There's a price level in the city, there's a local demand and supply thing, and then based on this you just have to adjust your rents. What is important, however, and I think you guys have touched it to some degree already, is that you have to really make sure that the tenants understand what is included. Because if you look at the rents alone, they might look a little bit high if you compare it to an empty apartment or if you shared flat. But what comes with us is just all the amenities, the gym, the community aspect, this international mindset. You find friends right away. Like all of these aspects, you just have to make sure that in the process of trying to find your future tenants, that they are aware of all these benefits. What is very interesting in Germany, however, is also this differentiation between the actual lease, so the Kaltmiete versus Warmmiete, so the actual lease versus the all-in rent. So you pay on the one concept, you pay the actual rent that you would pay for any apartment, and on top you have all the amenities that you pay for. What we, I think, as PBSA operators like to offer is this all-in concept, because one of our biggest USPs is making it as easy as possible for the international students. They just come, they have a monthly rate that they pay, and that's it. Coming now then back to the first option, where you look at the utility prices, for example, separately. And this is, I think, a two-sided sword, two-sided sword, because on the one hand, I'm personally convinced that if you make students pay and be aware of the utility consumption overall in the house would go down.
Yep.
At the same time, you have to make sure that the tenants, like, is the market ready, and are we willingly giving up this USP that with this all-in rents you have it as easy as possible. Also, I mean, with the first option, comes a whole layer of complication in terms of metering, specifically the apartments individually, but also the systems behind it. So I guess to conclude, we like this all-in concept, I think very much, but there's always room to look at those. And yeah, Benjamin, if you want to add something.
Yeah, so with the all-in concept, I would like to add something. When you take a look in the German market, it's very fragmented and there are a lot of things popping up everywhere. Let's call them existing alternatives to classic residential, be it Airbnb, be it private house owners converting their assets. So everybody tries to get something out of the student opportunity. But the problem for the student is that it's very, very intransparent, and sometimes prices look attractive, but when you dig deeper into the FAQs of these providers, you see, oh, now we talk, this is not included, there's something, and we decided to be as transparent as possible and make this an advantage to really put everything on the website. When you look at the FIS, it's really transparent, explained where the costs are, what do you get, what do you pay, and let's call it this pricing security and cost security is something that the international students highly appreciate, because we can say, and often it's like that they say, I look elsewhere and they say, yes, take your time, but they come back and say, okay, we checked it, yes, it's really fair what you offer. This is something in an environment, what we also see is a scam is something that international students are aware of, that a lot of offers are on the market that are not really valid, and that there's scam around. So this is the strength of PBSA brands and providers, that you really be transparent and trustworthy for the customers. And when you are on this stage, you can really get a bit more than other market participants.
Yeah.
And one sentence to what you mentioned is very interesting, the scamming and all these things. Also, the underestimation of Germany. If you want to go to Munich and you or your friend are coming either from the US, or it doesn't matter what the country, you are coming in as internationally, you believe that it's cheaper, that you and your 3 peers will rent a flat in Munich, might seem cheap. And if you actually don't know the market, nobody will rent you for 6 months. And we have a lot of people coming to us, in a hurry. Please help us. And when you start to read the stories, it's a lot of misinformation. A lot of people assume that it is easy, that they will rent a flat, get in 6 months, 12 months. Even if you rent it for 2 years, a lot of people I know, they will never rent it for you. Especially in Germany, everybody's looking like tenants will rent and die there. Yeah, it's a very German thing. Yeah, and it's if you're coming from outside, it's difficult to understand. Yeah, or sometimes I got a couple of people renting a flat without any kitchen. It's also very German.
Yeah.
You rent a flat and there is no kitchen. They said this is the kitchen, but there's actually the space for the kitchen and there is no kitchen. Yeah. So the small things that actually make us a better option in the market for all of us. Yeah.
As we're talking about the shared apartments in the residential sector, how do we interact? How do your business plans interact with the wider residential market within Germany? Because that's facing the same headwinds that the student accommodation and other forms of living are as well. So do you think there's an opportunity there to capture market share from shared apartments at the moment? Or are there any views on, as I say, that interaction between your business plans and residential?
It is actually happening.
Yep.
For one example, we just opened our last object and asset in Berlin. Berlin, everybody wants to live in Berlin. And it just took us less than 2 months to fulfill 350 apartments. Yeah, the demand is there, and a lot of people are actually moving. It's not new students are moving from other places where they are not happy at all. A, they are being kicked out. B, there's intransparency of things, suddenly receiving costs which they were not aware of it. And also that they realize as well that it's not that nice to live with your 4 friends where nobody cleans the house. And they are looking for a micro apartment which have your own bed, your own kitchen, your own toilet, you clean your own, and then you are. But it is happening actually a small shift, and we see it. Yeah.
Yep. So what we see is that the customers generally appreciate the shared living in a house, but without the shared living problems that come along with shared living. So that's why they want the operators to take care of everything, that they can enjoy the community do not have the hassle around of living together. So that's basically an opportunity to really get more awareness of PBSA, which is still in Germany pretty low. So the major living options is shared living in flats, sharing a flat, or living on your own, or living in classic state-owned student housing. So PBSA is still also in the public awareness not as big, better than a few years ago, but still not as a major point. So in our surveys, we see year over year the trend is when we ask, why did you choose us, or what was your next option, that exactly this product, or exactly because of this concept, is an increasing number since years. So other options are going down, but we are still the alternative to an own apartment, which is not available or too expensive. And we are offering this own apartment with access to community, but without hassling around with the others, right?
Yeah, no, totally true. Totally true. But I think not only true for Germany, but also at the same time not only true for student housing. You see an overall trend, especially after COVID, that this community aspect becomes more and more important. People like to be spending time with others, and often also the international background adds a lot of interesting aspects to this co-living aspect. So I think just from the product itself that we offer, I think we're very attractive to those kind of people that want to reach out. And there is numerous studies, and especially since we have done a lot of research now for the senior living aspect as well, what loneliness does to your life expectancy, it's crazy. So what we offer with this community, and I think this is our biggest offer that we have, as easy as we make it, and all the other amenities that come with it, the community aspect, I think, is one of the biggest drivers that leads for students, but also others to stay in schemes that, like ours, that offer a big availability for community.
Thanks, Christoph. Maybe we open up questions to the floor. So Aranima has a microphone.
Any questions?
Yeah, hi. I was really surprised about the Salvus data before, that actually the cities, should I hold it? Or?
Yeah.
All right. Good. That actually C cities have a higher occupancy rate than A cities. Like from what I see with operators and so on, actually cities like Berlin and so are always 100% occupied and so on. Does this mean for you guys as well that actually now investing or opening houses in C cities is more attractive than in A cities?
Yeah,
it is.
The panel can help touch on
significantly. Now, I'll tell you, we have the same level of occupancy, average 99.7 across A, B, C, and Z. And therefore, I said the opportunity is there because there's so much demand in small cities. Schwäbisch Hall, I mean, I don't know whether Schwäbisch Hall was even there, for example.
Sure.
Schwäbisch Gmünd, we have small houses as well, and really in the middle of nowhere, and they are full. And that's why it's a beautiful market where we are now, because just throw a seed and everybody will go after to harvest. Yeah? It is hell a lot of demand. You saw that 7% was the ratio. I mean, it is peanuts. So the opportunity is there. It will continue to be like this, and we are really far away for reaching the limit, in our opinion.
Yeah.
With the C cities is the experience from time to time when you come up with a pretty high price point that we have at the FIS, so compared, we are always on the highest point, is that you need to educate the market more. This is something that you sometimes go into a C city and the general perception of housing is lower, and then but you have nearly no PBSA. So what we do, we have a kind of scoring model that we say the PBSA score. How near is this market? Is this a PBSA market or is it completely away? And what do we need to educate this market to the PBSA offering? But when you do that and introduce PBSA to those markets, you often can stand out in these markets as the coolest house in town, because often these C cities do not have a very great student housing vibe. They're like cities like Konstanz or cities like let's go for Kiel or whatever. These cities are more or less driven by private-owned flats where students live. But if you create a really cool space, and educate the market. This is also an opportunity in C cities for sure.
But maybe just one thing to add here, because looking at our product, looking at everyone's product, I think it depends also on the product that you offer, because what we offer with the service that we like to offer requires a certain cost as well, right? And in the C cities, as much as you can educate the market, as much as you can launch cool marketing campaigns, there is a ceiling of rents that you can charge.
Yep.
We looked into Magdeburg as one example,
Yeah.
and we came to the conclusion there we could charge probably 300 euros, and this just does not work for our product. And there is demand there, but I don't see anyone paying more than 400. And this is just, it goes in line. So as much as I think there's room for all of these products also in B and C cities, the metrics just need to also make sense at the same time.
Yeah.
I think generally in PBSA, when you create a PBSA home in a city, you need to have an audience that has problems accessing the local housing market. So when you are in a city that is more or less set and it's only recruiting the students from the domestic, people with good networks in the residential market, it's harder to do it, rather than you have a city that has more influence, people coming to the city, like Darmstadt, for example, or cities where more internationals are joining, or people from within Germany are joining. So this is also something that is really important to see for market analysis. And in the end, it's what we see in the demand of students, that when you go through the factors, what is really relevant for them, it's still the location is key. If you have a good location in the city and a good quality house, classic real estate factors is still the key, and then the community security, house management, amenities are coming as a package. But it's still, no matter where you are, you need a good location, accessing to public transport and so on. If you do not have this, and somewhere in the periphery, you will be unattractive.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Mike?
Or anyone?
Hi. It's a little bit building on the same theme in terms of ABC cities, but the rental growth perspective as well. So I'd be interested in the panel's view on taking a slightly longer term, let's say a 10-year perspective. If you had to put a figure on what you would expect rental growth to be on a longer term 10-year view or mid-term 10-year view, give us a feel for a band of range or a number that you would go for. And I think the context here would be, is Germany going to outperform some other European markets in terms of rental growth on a 10-year basis? Because clearly the entry yields in Germany, even now adjusted, are sharper than yields in Spain, let's say. So will it outperform in terms of rental growth? Therefore, the total return will actually outperform.
Good question.
I mean, if I may jump in here, I think there's two things to consider. One, the very local aspect. So if you look into rental growth, you always have to look into a city and a location specifically. What is the current demand-supply situation there? And then overall, the overall German market, right? So I think overall, we have proven this also over the last 10 years, we always see at least 0.5% to 1% of rental growth above inflation. So this is, of course, a numbers game that eventually doesn't make any sense because you always grow above inflation. But I see this not changing for the next 10 years. PBSA, especially the kind of PBSA that we offer, is still a very new product with all the educating of the market that needs to happen. Same, I think, in the UK and in other countries where we have seen it. Just needs a little bit for the customers to understand what the actual benefit is, right, of the whole product, coming back to this aspect. And this is why we strongly believe that we can actually increase the rents at a faster pace than the inflation. And we have also proven it over this year again. So.
Yeah. I believe so. In my role as commercial director, my CEO and CFO are sitting here. I will never say that we can achieve so much because it puts me under pressure.
Need to be careful for the business plan.
I like to have something in my pocket. But no, in general, let's say that Germany is still relatively cheap as for studying. In Europe, it's still a market that is cheaper than other markets to study at, so quite low cost. And I think in Germany it will catch up to a European level, and the students need to be aware that more cost of living We'll go into the housing and into the study situations than before in general. So I assume as well as Christoph that we see more catching up of rents and growing of rents, not everywhere, not in every city, but we saw recent years after the pandemic significant growth in rents, and we see also, I think this will go along. We have a lot of migration to Germany still, shortage of housing, especially in the range of 20 to 30 square meters. There's not really something on the market existing. Germany is still larger apartments. So the pressure on this segment, also from the professionals, from the young professionals, is coming. So for the next 10 years, optimistic that the rent increase will sustain, yes.
I can only say that we all hope, we don't know what will be the future, but we all hope to at least grow above the inflation. I think, and we do this analyze on the total amount, on the total cost of studying. Tuition fee in Germany is super cheap. I mean, it doesn't cost. We see that it might be a change, and privately now you study a master, then you will start to pay money. Some people will decide maybe not to go to Germany, maybe to somewhere else, maybe Amsterdam or I don't know, Holland or maybe another Nordic country. But we believe that the majority of the people, this will still remain low, leaving us a space actually for being able to increase and pass the cost, yeah? And then out of passing the cost also to adjust, because when you see that there is the demand and supply game, you absolutely, I mean, we are trying this every day. You try to get as much as high as possible. That's what I mean. We are not even close to the plateau when you have saturated demand. And therefore I would say, yes, we expect the double digit, yeah. I mean, at least we plan double digit. Sometimes we don't achieve it, but we plan double digit every year on year. But we all hope that, and we all here share the same wish at the end that we can achieve that, because then we'll be only attractive to compare to other markets, right? But an investor will do that. Yeah?
But that's the beauty also, right? I mean, right now I don't see competition here. There's such a huge demand, and everything you put there will fill up eventually. And I think especially, just coming back to the point, with the increasing rents, we cannot forget the share of international students that is increasing, like you have shown. Yep. And they come with a different mindset, with a different purchasing power. And this also will have an effect on the rents in a positive manner.
Maybe very quick question.
Thanks. Just a question from an owner-operator perspective, and I want to talk a little bit about configurations of units. I mean, I think there's obviously a trend for single units, single bed, bathroom, little kitchenette. Do you think that trend will change based on markets? For example, in Berlin, given the tight occupancy, should people be moving towards maybe shared accommodation? Is that more efficient from an operator-owner perspective? Other markets may continue to be single units. What do you think the trends are around that, and how should we be thinking about configuring student housing to be as efficient and profitable as possible from an owner perspective?
Very quick, from the data that we have and we gather for German people, we don't see a change. It's embedded in the German culture to have your own privacy, to don't share, and that's fine. And 60-70% depends on our houses is German people. And for the international students that we see, because we actively open, we have this active report where we get a lot of data out of the people, the students which actually living, whether they like the design, whether we need to change the kitchen, whether they will more profit for less common share spaces and higher in the room, whether they will profit from, I don't know, different things inside. It's the national students which are coming 1 year, they don't care.
I think we've kind of reached our time limit. So thank you very much to the panel. That was
awesome.
Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Back to the Insight stage. We're going to be talking student living in Spain now. So can I welcome Harriet Bantock from Cushman & Wakefield to the stage. And she's going to do a presentation before the panel joins us. So can we welcome Harriet?
Okay. Buenos días. Encantada de estar aquí en Barcelona hoy y quiero agradecer al equipo de la clase para la invitación de estar hoy en esta presentación sobre el mercado español. Mi nombre es Harriet Bantock, soy asociada en Cushman y me enfoco en el mercado europeo en cuanto a las residencias estudiantiles, con un gran enfoque en los últimos años en España. So for those of you who've already switched off or changed channels, you'll be pleased to hear that I'll be carrying on in English from here on. My name's Harriet Bantock. I work with Cushman, based in London, as an associate in the Student Accommodation Capital Markets team, but focused on the European student accommodation market with a real focus in recent years on the Spanish market. We're just trying to get to the next slide. So today I'll walk you through an introduction to the Cushman team to start off with, and then I'll talk through the investment market as a whole before moving on to the supply-demand fundamentals of the Spanish market. And then I'll touch on the challenges that we're seeing today before talking about the product that a lot of us saw yesterday, really an excellent product, what is being offered in the Spanish market, and the focus that's on student experience, before summing up and bring over to our excellent panel. We're not. Yeah. So in terms of Cushman, as ever in Europe, we always work very closely with our local teams. So myself and Andrew are based in London, focused on the European market. But we work really closely with Jeff, who's in the audience here today, based in Barcelona, and Miles, who unfortunately can't be here today because he's on paternity leave, but he's based in the Madrid office. And we've got an excellent team who support us in valuation, who we also work closely with, led by Tony, and as well as Salvador from our debt offering, who plugs into the European team, but is based in Madrid as well. And Salvador's got great experience in the student sector, recently closing a development transaction in Granada. So just to start off with where we are today, I realize I'm probably preaching to the converted in that we're all in the living sector, and by the living sector I mean student accommodation, senior living and residential. And we all believe in this sector. But I think the important thing to note here is the red line, which in the last recessionary period was at 9%, and today is at 23%, having peaked at around 33% last year. So that's Europe as a whole. In terms of Spain, it's a similar story. So we're at 23% overall living transactions for this year, year to date. But we've seen it be a little lumpy in terms of Spanish transactions, again with a peak at around 40%. So there have been some key transactions in the Spanish market, including the Reza transaction last year, which is obviously very important for the market. Now the interesting question, where are we today? But I think it's interesting first to start off with, we've seen 125 bips compression from the start of the market in 2015 when it started to mature to Q4 2022 with the Patrizia transaction of the 2 TSH buildings in Barcelona, as well as the Reza transaction, we reached 4.25%. Our view is that today yields are around 4.75%, and we expect to see evidence come through to prove that level, because currently that's sentiment-based. But just to take a step back, I think it's important to put Spain in its context in Europe. Spain is the 5th largest market by number of students, with 1.7 million students, and 11% international, which represents 9% growth year on year of international students. But also it's important to note that these numbers are based on long-term students, and this doesn't include Erasmus students, which in Spain is the top market and has been for the last 20 years, with 50,000 Erasmus students as well as 30,000 US study abroad students who are coming here for a short term to enjoy everything Spain has to offer. So as I said, we've seen strong increase in student numbers. Over the last 5 years, that's a total increase of 9%. But I think the interesting thing to look at when we're talking about student accommodation is international student numbers, which have seen a growth of 44% over the last 5 years. And that's driven by the success of master's programs and other postgraduate programs, such as MBAs, with Spain having 2 of the top 10 global ranked MBAs. So as I said, the focus here for international students is on postgraduate courses, with around a quarter of those at master level, as well as 30% at doctorate level. And I think that's important when it comes to PBSA, because these are people who are in Spain for a year to 2 years, so they have a need for a bed and for the plug-and-play nature of PBSA. So in terms of the PBSA market, I know we've got a lot of participants in the market here today, and we've seen significant consolidation in the Spanish market over the last 6 years. And importantly, 9,000 additional beds were delivered to the market over 2021 to 2022. So consolidation in the market and a growing private market. But at Cushman, we always have to take this into its city context. So yes, there are 1.7 million students in Spain, 185,000 international, but it's important to look at this on a city level. And we track the beds in the market, but not just the beds. We look at the domestic mobility in the market plus the international students, and that gives us the total demand. So if you look at Madrid as an example there are 200,000 students who are domestic students and not mobile, therefore don't have a proven need for a bed. But still at that ratio of 5.2 to 1 based on net provision, so actual demand for a bed, that's a very healthy level. You can compare it to Ireland as an example. In Dublin, the student-to-bed ratio is 2.6 to 1. But it's not just what's here today, it's also what's coming. So I think the one I'd point out there is Valencia on the bottom right, which is moving from 11 to 6.7 to 1 once all the pipeline has been delivered. And that assumes that student numbers don't increase. So it's a conservative assumption. So in Valencia, perhaps we might see some digestion issues as those beds come into the market. So more important than ever to choose the right operator and have the right service provision. And then I also pick out Pamplona from that list, which falls to 2.4 to 1 once pipeline is taken into account. Again, it's important to know your micro locations and to ensure that your market offering is right for that market. So just looking in more detail at operators, a fifth of the market is colegios mayores, so those are religious affiliated or university affiliated beds, which are typically less advanced in terms of product offering. But we've seen a consolidation of the professionalized operators who now represent 37% of the market. I've picked out 3 fantastic operators there who we happen to be talking to later on the panel. So clearly, they've all got a weight of experience in this market, and I'm interested to talk to them about the offering that they provide. And I'd also pick out the level of pipeline. So there are 20,000 beds that we see will come to the market, but that's only 7% increase in the total stock, so there's clearly still a long way to go. So I've gone through excellent supply-demand fundamentals, a real weight of interest and a number of people who want to invest in the market, a limited number of beds. So why aren't we developing more? I did mention the yield shift that we have seen in the last year, but also the other thing to note is increasing construction costs, and Spain is no exception to Europe, with 16% growth over the last 2 years. And the other thing to note is planning, which has been slow for some operators or investors in the Spanish market, as well as the current interest rate environment. Again, I've highlighted some excellent assets here. So Vita Barcelona, Mi Campus Barcelona, and then AMRO Seville on the right-hand side there. So those of you who aren't currently in the Spanish market probably noting all those pools, and we saw some lovely pools yesterday. But I think what I want to talk about is what each of those operators is providing to the market and the differentiated amenity, as well as the differentiated service offering. So where are we going to with Spanish student accommodation? Ultimately, I've talked through how strong the investor interest is and the fact that the supply-demand fundamentals are really strong in the Spanish market. But the other thing to note is that, yes, inflation is a positive. We've seen very strong rental growth in the Spanish market. And in student accommodation, rents are an inflationary hedge because they increase year on year. But on the other hand, we're seeing increasing OPEX and construction costs, which ultimately impact the viability of development. So to combat that, we need more stock, but we also need assets at differentiated price points. And student accommodation is not a one-size-fits-all. So different offerings in different locations, and the offering needs to fit the location that it's within. And the one thing that underpins all of these factors is universities and higher education institutions. So they drive both directly and indirectly the demand pool for PBSA. And again, really interested to talk to Josep on the panel about how we can work together as PBSA providers and advisors with universities, because the relationships and understanding what universities are looking to do, how they're looking to grow, who they're looking to attract, drives the demand for student accommodation. So I'll finish there and just say that I'm really looking forward to welcoming the panel. And if you want to talk about this in more detail, please do come and talk to the team. I've put them up here. But we've advised on some key deals in the Spanish market, including the first forward funding, and also advised institutional investors on their entries into the Spanish market. So please do come and talk to us later on if you want to discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was particularly interesting for me working for the University of London, hear you talking about the importance of university relationships. So big one to ping out to everybody. Okay, I'm going to invite the panel now to Harriet's going to moderate. And in order, we have Pablo from Stone Shield. Round of applause for Pablo. Thank you very much. We have Josep, the CEO of Barcelona Technology School. We have Pablo from the Manager Director of AMRO Real Estate Partners in Spain. And finally, we have Yanis from the Vita Group. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. Really, we do have a fantastic panel here, so I'm really looking forward to getting into the detail of the Spanish market with you all. But perhaps best if we start with an introduction, and you talk through your current focus in Spain and what you're working on. So start with Yanis.
Hi, so Yanis Verdelis, working for Vita Group. Our activities in Spain include two assets that we've opened in Barcelona under our Vita student business, and we're continuing to grow our business here with more development activity in Barcelona and Madrid and other cities.
Great. We'll get to you, Pablo.
Yeah, so it's Pablo García Morales from AMRO Real Estate. So AMRO is a specialized integrated investor, developer and operator within the student housing and build to rent. So we have presence in the UK, of course, where we have the headquarters, Iberia, Germany and Netherlands. We have a track record of almost 4,000 PBSA beds across UK and Iberia. In Iberia, we have north 3,000 beds. And yeah, now really looking forward to the panel and discussion about the Spanish market.
Great, thank you. I'll go to you, Josep.
Thank you very much, Harriet. I'm Josep Clotet, CEO, founder of Barcelona Technology School, a private university here in Barcelona. where we bring students from all over the world in order to develop the most demanded digital and technical skills. We cover 2 different areas of knowledge. We cover technology development, but also business related with digital transformation content. And well, we are here representing BTS. Thank you very much, Harriet.
Excellent, thank you. Pablo.
Well, I'm Pablo Lopez Bravo from Stoneshield. In Stoneshield we have 6 different main verticals, being Mi Campus, one of the most successful ones. We currently have around 50 assets across Spain and Portugal, around 9,000 beds, and we're willing to continue with this expansion phase that we're living, no? And
Great,
very happy
you.
to be here to discuss with you guys.
Thank you. So, perhaps Pablo, I'll start with you. I talked about how important it is to understand city-level demand, and clearly Mi Campus have developed a very large portfolio across the whole of Spain. So, how have you approached market selection?
So, Mi Campus, we have presence in around 20 different cities in Spain and Portugal, and our approach to the market has been first to have a strong presence in the core markets such as Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, all of those with more than 100,000 students, and there we have around 60% of our total beds, no? But on the other hand, we've also focused in every city which has a solid student flow, and with a scarcity of product to students, no? Yep. So different cities, different target customers, different pricing strategy, but at the same time, sometimes as profitable as the assets in the big ones. No?
Yep, great. And perhaps now we'll go to you, Pablo, to talk about how you've approached market selection from an AMRO perspective.
Yeah, sure. So I think from our side, Spain is definitely a market in which you can go deep. Yep. So it's a country in which, as Pablo was saying, there is a bunch of at least 20 cities in which there is, sense to be in, because the fundamentals are strong. So we are present across more than 8 cities. It's true that we started with cities which are not tier 1, so not Madrid, Barcelona, but not because of anything, just because we found a lot of opportunities in tier 2 cities. But of course, Madrid, Barca are in the target, no? I think again the opportunity, and there is still, a big gap to be filled. Yep. And I think we're gonna be continue acting in the market, because again the fundamentals are strong, and the market, when you compare, for example, with the UK, is still far to be mature. No?
I think it's really interesting that you've started with that approach of not just starting with Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, but actually cities with very strong regional fundamentals and good demand pools.
Absolutely. We are now, of course, present in Madrid. We are present in Valencia. But yeah, I think again the tier 2 and tier 3 cities in Spain are quite good to invest in.
Yeah. Yanis, I guess you've approached it in a slightly different way. So Spain is your first international market, and you've entered first the Barcelona market, and we saw how fantastic the product is earlier, or yesterday. So how did you approach market selection in Spain?
So yeah, I think first of all, we came from the UK. We studied a number of European countries before we settled on Spain, and we settled on Spain really because of the market fundamentals, the structural and the supply of accommodation, but also the excellent quality of the higher education infrastructure, fantastic universities, internationally renowned, students coming to study in Spain from all over the world. But then our product, and that's very interesting, I think, in the market, our product focuses on the premium segment of the market, and it is a more premium offering, both in terms of the hardware, the building, how it looks, where it is positioned, the neighborhoods that it works in, and what I call the software, so the services that we provide, the amenities. It's a more premium proposition. And so for our product, we studied what cities we felt first of all, have the right demographic of students. You know, and we started from Barcelona. Our first scheme in Pedralbes is 50 meters away from the business school. Both the ES and the other business schools, both of which are in the top 5 ranked internationally for MBA. So they attract a demographic of students that we think will be willing to pay for our product. But we also studied the residential market. So we looked at where are these people staying. You know, in our activities in the UK, we look at other PBSA operators. I think in Spain, the ratio of demand and supply is such that I don't think we are looking at students who might be staying in a campus product necessarily. We are looking at students who probably are staying in a residential apartment, and so we study what that looks like. And for us, that meant that the focus was more Madrid and Barcelona, some other cities too, but probably tier 1, and within those cities, in the tier 1 locations, for our product economics to work.
So you mentioned that you looked at other countries before deciding to invest in Spain. So why Spain and why Madrid and Barcelona in particular? And are you looking at any other markets in Spain?
So we looked at we looked at a number of other markets. We looked at France, Italy, and various others. I think Spain was the right balance for us between seeing the opportunity, seeing that the market is much less supplied than our home market in the UK, so plenty of room to grow. But it had a level of maturity where you had proof points that there is a mature market, that students will understand PBSA, that the investor market and the capital market will understand the proposition. There were other transactions and other players. So it felt like the right balance of, and it was also a sizable market. So if you come to, you know, we believe that we will be able to do many more schemes than what we've done now. So we've gone and set up the infrastructure here. We've opened an office here in Barcelona. We've got a team of different disciplines. So for us, it was scale, immaturity, but at the same time, enough maturity that it's not a huge risk to enter. And that mix was, for us, correct. So we are always looking at other markets, but having now set up that infrastructure here, actually we're quite excited to leverage it, and it makes sense for us to use that infrastructure to do a lot more where we are, or before we go into new countries again.
Okay, so I guess the next question is, both Amro and Stone Shield talked about entering other markets beyond Madrid and Barcelona. So Pablo, in your view, what's Yanis missing out on in Valencia as an example?
In Valencia, well, we consider Valencia as core as Madrid and Barcelona, no? For several reasons. It has a long flow of students. It is probably one of the most undersupplied markets in Europe. Nice universities. Then obviously it has nice weather, great connections, large leisure and cultural offer, etc., etc. No? And for that reasons, I think indeed it is one of the most demanded students for international students that want to study abroad. No?
Yeah.
We've bet a lot in Valencia. We opened a couple of months ago our 5th assets in the city. We have more than I think 1,000 beds, 1,000 beds there, and the performance has always been really, really good. No? Both in terms of occupancy and in terms of NOI maximization. No? So for all of these reasons, we consider Valencia to be probably one of the most attractive markets to invest in Spain. It is true that it has some complications, but for sure we want to continue investing there if we find further opportunities.
And Pablo, Amro is also invested in Valencia. So, in your view, is there something Yanis is missing out on here?
Well, yeah, I think Valencia, as Pablo was mentioning, I mean, it's clearly one of the tier 1 cities in Spain. I mean, more than 100,000 students, from which probably half of those are mobile. It's true that there is offer, there is pipeline, but still, when you analyze the student-to-bed ratio, there is still a gap. I think Valencia is true that comes from some times in which the city hall were not that, let's say, friendly to make business, and that's why probably one of the reasons why the market is or the gap is that big. But I mean the fundamentals are quite strong. No? I mean we have one asset currently under operation in Valencia, 100% occupied.
Yeah.
In fact, with a waiting list that we can even double the asset. We have another asset now in the licensing process, and we are fully sure that that is going to perform quite well.
Yep.
But it's true that I think in Valencia, of course, and applies to other cities in Spain, big cities, you need to be careful on which micro location you select. No,
Yes.
I mean, it's not that everything in Valencia is going to work. No, I think needs to be selective on where you are.
Yeah.
I think that's the key.
I think also important to note that Valencia is double the size of Florence as an example. So Spain's third largest city in terms of student population, 100,000 students, so definitely a very attractive market. Josep, perhaps we'll, from a higher education perspective, what makes the Spanish market attractive to you, and in particular, what makes Barcelona attractive as a place to study?
Yeah, sure. Well, I would say that there is not a single reason, so it's much more about an alignment of different values, no? So I think that in Spain, in Barcelona, of course, as well, we have a really good universities, private schools as well. We have business schools that are more and more are scaling in the international rankings. And we have that kind of quality that I think that is the first thing that a student is looking for when they decide to study abroad. No? After that, we have to consider as well that the cost of that education in comparison with other countries like can be the UK or the States is quite good. So the entry access to education in Spain is good. So that means that we have the quality, we have a good cost, and this is something that obviously helps a lot in order to attract international students. No? But from here we have other values that are the same important, no? Like it can be the quality of life in Barcelona. No? We have a really good weather. We have a really good ecosystem as well. In our case, in Barcelona Technology School, the fact that we host here in the city the Mobile World Congress, the Smart City World Congress as well, that is running, by the way, right now. In fact, yesterday, all our students attended that Congress.
Excellent.
So this is a kind of experience that the student is looking for as well. No? So we have the quality, we have the cost, we have the experience, and also we have the weather in the city. The weather is something that is really important because at the end facilitates in somehow the integration of the students in that international community that is growing more and more. No?
Yes, and I think also important to note that in terms of international students in Spain, 47% are from Latin America and the Caribbean. So there's clearly an attraction with Spanish as a growing language, particularly in Latin America and interest from the US, of studying in Spain from a language perspective.
Yeah, for sure. No? So our community is I would say that more than 90% of our students are coming from abroad. So our programs are 100% in English, but it's true that the students also take advantage in order to learn another language, to learn Spanish in that way. No? So this is also part of that kind of student experience that we have mentioned before, for sure.
Excellent. And Pablo, Josep touched there on Barcelona. I know AMRO have looked and studied the market very closely, but you don't yet have a scheme in Barcelona.
Not
so
yet.
what have the challenges been for you?
Well, I mean, as we have said, no, I mean, Barcelona is the main city in Spain together with Madrid. Again, the fundamentals are, I mean, no doubt. But I mean, we have analyzed a lot of things in Barcelona, but for some reasons, I mean, from the urban side, we were not comfortable. From the legal side, we were not, in other opportunities, comfortable. Or maybe just because the numbers didn't tie. But I mean, Barcelona, I think if you are willing to have a portfolio of PBSA assets in Iberia, Barcelona is something that you need. No? And I think for us, again, we will have for sure assets in Barcelona. It's just a matter of time. And yeah, I think the market again is big enough to. I mean, as Josep was saying, I think that still the market is big and the mismatch is big. So definitely, yeah.
Great. So we've talked about the markets you've entered and the attractiveness of the Spanish market. I think it might be important now to talk about what your service offering is in Spain and also who your target customer is. So Pablo, I'll start with you for that.
So, first of all, I should say that Mi Campus is not a brand that was created from scratch. No? So, when Stonehill entered into the PVC market in 2018, Stonehill did that by acquiring a company that was operating in Spain for more than 20 years. No? So, that knowledge that Mi Campus has had in the market for a lot of years has been key in order to develop a standardized product that matches perfectly with students' requirements nowadays, no? In terms of qualities, in terms of services, in terms of activities, etc., etc. No? So basically, the standard product that we have in Mi Campus and that we believe it makes sense in today's market is the one that you saw yesterday in Barcelona. No? So it is an asset with nice qualities, nice rooms, large common areas, with a lot of services, and that's, in our experience, what the main target audience in Spain wants, no? Which are, of course, the domestic displaced students, no? that forms around 90% of the total market.
Great. And Yannis, I know you take a slightly different approach to service offering and also target customers. So perhaps worth talking through how you're approaching that in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I'll start from reverse, our target customers. So our two schemes here in Barcelona, we've got 64 nationalities in one of them, 72 in the other one. We do have more Spanish students than we thought we would when we came in, particularly in Pedralbes, which I guess is a lot of business school students. So we've got about a third domestic displaced, but the rest are international. And unlike our operation in the UK, we are a very, very diverse set of nationalities. So of these 60 whatever nationalities, there isn't one that stands out as dominant, or even one region. We have people from European countries, from Latin America, from Asia, from everywhere. So it's a very diverse community. Our service offering plays to that. So we have a huge amount of amenity, but we have a lot of effort through our own team to activate that community in that space. So we do career events, CV writing workshops, we do cooking classes and yoga classes, we do Halloween parties. So our job really, as we see it, is not just to provide the beds, but really to get them out of their bedroom and networking. And we really want them to leave Vita at the end of the year having made 10 friends for life. From all over the world, and that's what we're offering beyond accommodation. But I think the beauty of the market is there's space for everyone. I think there is a huge amount of students. There is not a lot of accommodation, and so different customers will have different needs. Some people just need an affordable, tidy, clean bedroom. Other people want networking opportunities. Other people want to get career advice. So I think there is space for people with different propositions to create offerings and attract the market. And we came here without having, we had studied the demographics, but the distribution of our product to the students, we had to set up from scratch, because all of our distribution for the UK product, they're completely different students, the ones who go to study in Manchester or Leeds from the ones who go to study in Madrid or Barcelona.
Pablo, what's Amro Estudiantes offering in terms of service provision, and also who is your target customer?
I think from the Amro side, we always tend to offer as much flexibility as possible. So we offer normally, I would say, between 5, 6 to even 9 room typologies. Of course, with different, let's say, price ranges depending on the service you want. So accommodation only, half board and full board, because I think it's quite important for the audience, and of course there is a lot of specialized people here, but we consider that, well, I think the Spanish market is a cutter market, no? And definitely the cutter side of the business is important, and it's part of the service you offer to students, no? So from our side, apart from offering a quite flexible and variety of room typologies, of course with different prices, the community space, we are we give a lot of importance. No? So of course, canteen, but also outdoor areas, swimming pools, gym, study rooms, of course, because I mean they are students, no? They need to study. Games places, and then we give. I mean, we are quite ESG driven.
Yep.
Quite ESG driven. I mean, it's in our ethos, and we give a lot of importance to the S side of the ESG.
Yep.
So the social part is quite important. I mean, all our operating teams, the relationship they have with students is quite close, because at the end of the day they are students. No?
Yep.
And it's quite important. So we give, we have an activities programs. We offer a lot of events, and again, I think that's quite important. Then in terms of, our demand is mostly domestic mobiles. I would say 75, 80%, of course, depending on the asset.
Yep.
Are domestic mobile. The rest are international. But it's true that the international demand, I think, is increasing, because traditionally the offering was, quite basic, no?
Yes.
Now within the last 4 or 5 years, the offering has improved, because I mean we're all here, and again I think the international students will start going more to the student accommodation schemes.
Great. So I guess the next question is, you touched on the share of domestic and international students in target demand. The next obvious question, and I'm sure the audience is interested in hearing, is how are your assets performing today?
Yeah, well, I mean, the assets are performing really good. So we are, so in Valencia, we are 100% occupied. Seville also 100% occupied, which is, by the way, a 339 asset. Madrid, that we have opened this year, is 100% occupied also. Pamplona, again, opened this year, is 80% occupied,
right.
which I think is really good for Pamplona market. And I think the performance, and I mean, of course, Pablo and Ioannis can add, but I think the performance, because of the fundamentals of the market, is quite good. It's quite good. I mean, there is a lot of demand. Of course, that demand tends to point to quality products, but I think we are all offering that quality product. No? So definitely the performance, we are seeing good performance. I think that performance is going to continue, and rents are also going to be at par with that performance on the occupation side.
Yannis, Pablo mentioned a few points there, which I think Vita's product takes a slightly different approach. So perhaps worth talking about that, but also in terms of performance, you mentioned the greater than expected spread of nationalities and more domestic focus in Barcelona, but how are your assets performing today?
Yeah, I mean, look, our assets, we are in the second year of operation now in Pedralbes, first year in Poblenou. Both sites opened full. Pedralbes second year is full. We have very good rebooking rate in Pedralbes, which was very interesting because, you kind of go in the market with a product and a proposition and a price. First of all, you hope to get it full the first year, which we did. And secondly, you hope that the customers you managed to get the first year will come again and see value, and they rebook, so they do see the value. So I think the market is maturing. I think when we first did our initial studies, everybody told us, in Spain, it will take 3 years for your scheme to get full. It's not proven to be the case for us. I think in the meantime, a lot of different products, both here in the city of Barcelona and elsewhere, have emerged, different brands. I think students are becoming more accustomed to looking for purpose-built accommodation rather than their own apartment. I think it's becoming more established. And whether they are domestic or whether they are international, that's about their preference. But in a more mature market in the US or in the UK, you've got maybe 2 students for every bed. Here you've got maybe 10 students for every bed, depending on the city. So I think there is plenty of room to go. And what we're seeing is products have been delivered, but they have been absorbed very well by the market. And when they've been delivered and they've been of quality schemes with the right management and amenity and so on, then that they have managed to find their customers. I think obviously what I would say is our approach had been to set up boots in the ground here, set up a team, build our brand reputation with the city, work with different universities, and establish ourselves in the market. It's not just a case of developing a building and just then people will turn up at the door ready to lease a room. You need to work to develop a business, because I think student accommodation broadly is a business. It's not just real estate, so you need to build a business to go around your real estate. But we've been positively surprised by how quickly we leased up, the rates that we're charging, the rental growth, and the rebooking, which shows to us that what we're doing, the customers like, and there's space for us. So.
Great. And look, Pablo, you mentioned that your portfolio is now weighted more than it used to be towards Madrid and Barcelona. But I guess the same question in terms of how your assets are performing today, but also interested to understand what your share of domestic versus international is across the portfolio.
Well, first, regarding the split between nationals and internationals, I think that we're very similar to Ambro. It's 80-20. 80 local mobile students and 20 internationals. No? And all those 20 internationals are mainly located in our assets in Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. No? And then regarding the performance, I think that the average occupancy across all of our portfolio is around 97%, so it's full occupancy. Even in the more than 10 assets that we've delivered to the market in the last 2 years. And I think that the main reasons of that is first, well, what Pablo mentioned, no? Because the structural undersupply in the market. The second one is probably because the product that we're delivering to the market is liked by students. And then the third one is that the marketing efforts of the company are being effective.
Great. So I guess the main point is lack of supply, and that's driving the strong occupancy and the strong rental growth. So Josep, for you at Barcelona Technology School, is a lack of accommodation a problem in terms of student recruitment? I know you have a lot of international students who come to study at the school.
Yeah, well, luckily in our case, it's not a problem because we are playing in a mid-upper range of segment of price. But I understand that, it can become for many others that are, in other segment of pricing. No? At the end, we have to understand also that, it's not about a problem of student accommodation, it's about a problem of accommodation by itself in the city. No? Barcelona is a small city. Barcelona has its own geographical limitations because it's surrounded by mountains, but also has the sea in front of the city. So there is not much space in order to keep growing. No? And here we have to see how we are able to manage the kind of offer that we may have in the city. No? Because at the end, I think that the best we can do is to keep positioning Barcelona as an international destination for education. No? And if we do that, we will be able in somehow to add more value to the space that be available in the city.
Excellent. And I mentioned it in the presentation, but how do you view the link between student experience and accommodation? And what do you think that students, so PBSA providers, should be doing to work together with organizations such as yours?
Yeah, I think that you have mentioned a key word, no? That is experience. No? At the end, when we talk about the student experience, we have to understand also that we are talking about people who is coming to Barcelona or Spain or wherever. It's people who is relocating from abroad to another country in order to live an experience that is going to impact its life. No? And this is something that it's important, no? Because at the end, it's not just about delivering the best student experience, but to understand what can be the holistic experience of that student. No? And the first thing that the student is looking for, obviously, is good education, good price, so that kind of relationship. But after that, it's true that the second thing, most important for a student, is where to live. So this is a real big impact of part of that student experience that I have mentioned before. No? So I think that we have an opportunity in order to work together. So I think that most of you are already in contact with universities and business school in order to that. But I think that we have a real opportunity in order to design together what can be that kind of a student experience. No? I mean, combining that kind of a student experience that is happening in the classroom, in the university, in the business schools, with the student experience that is happening in your facilities as well. No? At the end, we have to take care about well, all the contact points that the student is going to get impacted with. And I think that, well, I think that if we understand that kind of holistic approach, we are going to add more value to the student, and doing that, well, we can be much more competitive for sure.
For sure. I mean, it's not just what they're studying and their focus on their studies, it's also where they're living and how that's linked in, right?
Yeah, I think so, Harriet. I think that at the end, summarizing that is about to understanding that the student experience is not ended in the classroom, it goes beyond, and well, there is something that is also important, is where to live as well, no? So if we connect both points, I think that we are going to add much value to the student for sure.
Yeah. So is there anything that you'd ask of the BBSA developer investors and operators here today in terms of how you want to work together?
Yeah, I think that can be quite interesting, you know, to see how to do it.
Great. And I guess, Pablo, from a private PBSA perspective, how do you currently work with universities, and do you have ambitions to do more?
Definitely. I think Josep mentioned, I think as a sector, the university space, or the university institutions and the student housing companies, we need to work together. No? I mean, it's absolutely key. I mean, of course, in each of the markets we are present, we work quite closely with both public and private universities, because at the end of the day, it's your pool of demand, or at least your main pool of demand, no?
Yeah.
So of course we have agreements with universities, and we work quite closely. And again, in the case of Barcelona, I mean, we are more than happy to potentially work with you guys and enter the market, no? But again, I think it's key to work because we are all the same boat. Let's say we're all the same. Yeah.
Great. So all three of you are currently developing PBSA in Spain. So what are the challenges that you're facing? I touched on the presentation, but is there anything in particular, perhaps Yanis, that you want to touch on in terms of development?
I mean, I think sometimes I say my job is to do the best, to make the best investments. Actually, the job is to make the best investments possible, not the best investments. So I think that it's very difficult or impossible in certain cities to deliver product for various reasons. That is geographical constraints. Barcelona is a city that is surrounded by the sea and rivers and mountains. Planning constraints, availability of suitable land sites of sufficient scale, because for all of the stuff that we do, I think all three of us, you need a certain scale of operation to make the business viable. So I think, you know, like any development, you need to find how can you deliver a business that is viable, and in a lot of cities that's pretty difficult for. So you need to find a way to fit, I guess. And I think what we can do is communicate the value proposition to the public and to the cities that we're trying to enter into, and it's a new sector relatively, I think, for a lot of cities, and explain that what we're doing is adding value to the cities that are hosting us, and to the student community, to the academic community. So I think Spain, as the market is maturing, you will have more of these constraints, because at one level other things might be becoming easier. We now understand better the sources of demand, the sources of capital, etc. But on the other hand, you know, where do you find a place? Somebody asked me yesterday in the tours in Pedralbes, could you build this again today? I think the answer is no. It's very difficult to come up with a site like this today. So, so I think it's about finding what can you do today and that adds value, that students still like, what neighborhoods, what sites, and how do you make it work?
Yeah. Pablo, I guess the same question in terms of challenges.
I absolutely agree with Johannes, and in fact I was one colleague of all of us from the business that comes from the hotel sector, and he has recently joined, let's say, the sector, and he's coming with a lot of fresh ideas, good ideas. And one of the ideas, which I think probably we all need to think about, is like create some sort of association of the student student accommodation as an asset class, because to have, let's say, more power in order to negotiate or deal with the public, with the municipalities, no?
Yep.
Because as Yanis was saying, there are planning constraints, urban things that sometimes are not that clear. So if we probably create something for the sector, we can have much more, strength when negotiating with the
Great.
institutions, yeah.
I guess, Pablo, your focus is slightly different at the moment in terms of growth of the business, so maybe it's worth touching on that.
Yeah, sure. So we've been doing the opportunistic, let's say, play in the last 5 years, no? So buying land, taking all the licensing risks, development, etc., etc. No? We believe that doing that is getting more and more complicated because of the scarcity of good locations. Most of those have been already taken, no? Because of the rising in construction costs, because of the rising in interest rates, because of inflation, blah blah. No? So because of that, we are now trying to play, let's say, the core plus strategy. We have a new pocket of capital focused on up and running acquisitions. We've started deploying part of that capital, and we want to continue investing in the Spanish market together with the Portuguese market, and maybe in a couple of months in the Italian market. No?
Great. So I guess a final question for everyone. I'm interested to understand, we've talked a lot about what's happening today and what's happened. So perhaps in this order, what's one prediction for what will happen in the future for PBSA in Spain, perhaps over the next 10 years? I'll start with Pablo.
This is a tough one. I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years because it's a long period, but I believe that in the coming years, I think there's going to be a consolidation of the sector. No? There have been some players that it's going to be difficult for them to continue expanding, or maybe because because of the challenges that we commented, or maybe because they do not find the right opportunities. No? And I believe those players that are not going to be willing to continue expanding in the market are going to be taken by a bigger fish. No?
Yep.
That's my prediction in the
consolidation,
in the
more
next
consolidation. Just from a higher education perspective, what's your prediction for the future?
I have no prediction, to be honest, Harriet. I think that may happen two things. One is that we keep like that, like now, and the other one is that we align, and that depends. The future is going to depend what we do today, and that would be that what would happen if we align all together our force in order to keep positioning Spain as a truly destination for education. No?
Yep.
I think that we have that kind of opportunity. I think that according I have heard in another panel before that in the QS rankings in order to that position what are the best cities in the world in order to study, there is no one Spanish city, no? And this is something that is quite curious because, as mentioned before, we have the quality of education, we have a good prices, we have a good weather, we have a good lifestyle. So why not to put more efforts in order to build a better positioning of Spain in terms of destination for education, no? If so, if we're able to do that, and that means that this is something that for sure we cannot do alone by our own at BTS, at Barcelona Technology School. But I think that, if we align in somehow efforts with public administration, the players, PBSA companies as well, that are taking advantage also of the students that are coming from abroad, I think that here we have a good opportunity in order to scale in positions for sure.
So more growth, and Spain continues to be very attractive as a place to study. Great. Pablo, what do you see for the future?
I think from my perspective, it's not about markets, Spain or Germany, Netherlands. Of course, each market has its specifics, and they are within different stages of maturity, let's say. From my perspective, it's more on the asset class. So the asset class where we are all in, I think is really consolidating. So we come from being part of the alternative pot of asset classes, but I think nowadays there is a specific asset class, which is, by the way, in the top tier list of everyone. I mean, you go to other fairs and events, and everybody's talking about student housing because of the resilience, because of the fundamentals. So I think from here until 10 years long or whatever, it's going to be even more and more consolidated and more again in the lists of everyone. And I think it's for all of us, to continue investing and growing because the opportunity is there.
Yep.
Is what we need to do.
Yeah. So weight of interest in student and growth in demand, not just in Spain, but also across other markets.
Absolutely. I mean, from our side, again, we have offices in Germany, we have offices in Amsterdam. We really believe in the pan-European PBSA sector. And definitely, I think that there are a lot of things to do.
Yanis, how about your perspective on the future for PBSA in Spain?
So for me, and again, I'm not talking necessarily about 10 years, but let's say for the next few, on one side, I think Spain is not isolated from global events. So delivering new things is harder, finance costs are harder, construction is more expensive, inflation continues. So that is a backdrop that is challenging. On the other side, I see that the type of capital that's coming in the sector, moving from opportunistic, value add, speculative, expensive capital to core capital coming in the sector. We have a number of clients that we've worked with in the UK, which is a more mature market over the last 10 years as a business, that are now asking us, hey, we've got this thing in Spain, we want to have a look at it. And it is their first foray into this market. So I see more core capital coming in the sector, which is less expensive naturally, even if all capital is becoming more expensive. But on the other side, the type of capital that is coming in is more core. So I think that will naturally lead to some consolidation. It will naturally lead to some people trying to achieve scale. And consolidation is sometimes the answer to that. And the maturity of the sector and sort of also in some way a segmentation of brands to the areas that they focus. So I think you will end up talking more about brands and networks as the market matures. So these are opposing forces in some way. I think we are lucky that the sector is maturing while everything else is going on, because in the other sectors that were already mature, like offices and so on, it's much more challenging without that transition.
I mean, that's certainly something that I'd agree with in terms of the weight of new entrants into the market who aren't currently invested in student accommodation or aren't currently invested in European student accommodation, who are looking to enter the market. So I think it's very positive in terms of the outlook. Perfect. I think we do we have time for questions, or are we?
We have time for maybe one question. I request you all to please just keep it really brief.
Thank you very much. Very good, interesting speech. Not only because I'm here for the first time. I will ask Pablo, because of StoneShield is already seen in the market as a reference, because of the fast way you scale. My question will be, you've been talking about the change of model from a development risk step to asset purchase, new step to scale and continue scaling. But the question will be, as a reference of the size you scale, is what are the main hazards that as a company StoneShield faced when scaling in the last 3 years?
I think we've struggled to hear that. Sorry. So
no oigo bien. No se oye bien.
Maybe now? Are you a bit better?
Yeah.
Okay, so StoneShield is seen as a reference in the market because how quick and good scale in the past. And the question is, what are the main hazards that you faced as a company when scaling that way?
Well, I would say that the main challenge has been like to find the right opportunities in the market. And I think that the key of this has been probably the extensive track record and the extensive network that the StoneShield partners have in the market. No? They have been present in the market and know almost everyone that works in the student housing, and not only the student housing, in the real estate sector in Spain. No? So thanks to all of that track record, we've been able to have access, sometimes before anyone, to very, let's say, good opportunities. No?
Great, thank you very much. I guess what's left to say is thank you very much to the panelists. I've really enjoyed this conversation. I think it's been really interesting getting into the detail of how all of you are operating in the Spanish market. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If you have any questions for the panelists, please you can come.
We're going to have to start, I'm afraid. So we are really, really delighted to introduce Paul Solanilla, the Commissioner of International Relations and City Promotion at Barcelona City Council. This is a big deal for us. And they're going to start coming. As soon as you walk on, I walk off, and you walk on, you'll see they'll race down. They don't want to see me. You watch this. Can I introduce, again, Pau Solanilla, the Commissioner of International Relations and City Promotion for Barcelona City Council.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for the invitation. Shall I do it stand up or I sit? Well, it's going to be short. I think I have 15 minutes. 15 minutes. So first of all, I'm very honored to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and we are very honored to host the event in Barcelona. Last year, I sent a short message, and today is a reality. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to share with you in a few minutes a simple, but at the same time, a complex question. Why Barcelona? Why you are here? Why Barcelona is going to be a place for you? You don't know, but when you are in Barcelona, we have a virus. We inoculate a virus to all of you. What makes that you will be back in Barcelona at some point of your lives. This is not a joke, because Barcelona, the 54% of the tourists that come to Barcelona for business or leisure, they repeat. So I truly believe that there is a virus, a Barcelona virus that acts, we don't know how, but it works. So let me share with you why Barcelona. How it comes that a non-state capital, a Mediterranean non-state capital, became one of the new global cities. Normally, the global cities are the ones who have the power of the state institutions, or they have very powerful financial institutions behind. A few years ago, if we were talking about global cities, we were thinking in New York, we're thinking Hong Kong, Singapore, Tokyo, London, Paris. Mega cities. Barcelona is 1.8 million inhabitants, so we are really a mid-sized city. How it comes that we became a global city? And I think this is because we have a clear and purpose. The city has a purpose. What is not only a purpose for the city, it's a shared purpose. So the reason why of Barcelona. And this reason why of Barcelona is of becoming a global city with a human scale, is that Barcelona, it is and should be a city for vital projects. What does it mean? Obviously, if you are born in Barcelona like me, it's the place where you're going to develop your life, your vital project. But Barcelona has been always, it is an open city. It's the city for vital projects for investors. If you want to come to Barcelona, this is your city. It's a city for international talent. If you want a nice place to live, Barcelona is your place. But also if you are an economic migrant, that you want to start a new opportunity for you and your family, Barcelona is your place. If you want to study postgraduate university in English, Spanish, Barcelona is your place. But also, if you are persecuted in your country for political reasons, if you are a refugee, also Barcelona is your place. This is the reason why of Barcelona, to be a truly open city and, for everyone. Secondly, Barcelona has a vision, or we like to say that we have a vision. what is the vision of Barcelona? Is the connected city. Automatically, when you think connected city, our mind goes to technology. Barcelona is recognized as a digital capital, as economical digital capital. But when we're talking about connectivity, it's something more than that. We are a city that we want to be connected to the new value chains, the new economic value chains of the world. We are recognized as a tourist city, but we want to play a role in the digital economy, in the blue economy, in the semiconductor economy, in logistics, the visitors economy, the green economy. So we need to provide opportunities both for residents and investors. So to be connected economically. The second connection is the infrastructure. We are in the world, in the economy of mobility. So we need to have a good airport, we have a good port, with logistics, we have good digital connections. This is why all cities we're doing. But the third connectivity, under my modest point of view, is the most important one. Is the emotional connectivity. Is this connectivity when you travel all around the world and you say, I'm from Barcelona. People smile and say, Barcelona. This is the killer application of Barcelona. This is a secret of Barcelona, the emotional connection. I was sharing a few minutes ago that you will not find Barcelona in the #1 of any ranking in the world. We are not the best in anything. Is this a problem? No. But we are top 10, top 20 in 25 rankings. The mixture, the blended, the marriage, all of these attributes of Barcelona is what made Barcelona unique, different. We are not interested to be top 1. We want to be the city where you can have a balance in professional and your personal life. Relatively good weather, technological district with 4 kilometers of beaches, a walkable city, good food, good people, good connection. This is Barcelona. This is Barcelona. And I wanted to share a couple of more of the ideas with you. Yes. Why Barcelona also for investors? This is a very interesting. Is everyone that wants to come to Barcelona is able to invest in Barcelona? No. There is a Barcelona model. And this Barcelona model is based in 3 pillars: competitiveness, sustainability, and equality. We can do much better than we do economically. We can have many investors, but they do not fix in the model of the city. We do not want to leave people behind. We do not want a city with suburbs very developed and another suburbs undeveloped one. We want to keep certain cohesion. And sometimes we have to sacrifice investment and say, no, probably this is easy money for the investment, for the investor, easy money for the city. But if that's not fixed into the model of the city, it's not a good investment for us. But why investors that share the vision of Barcelona are coming to Barcelona? What is probably nowadays the most powerful tool that Barcelona has? International talent. In yesterday's world, talent used to go where the companies invest. In today's world, the companies invest where international talent wants to live. And we are one of these cities where the international talent wants to live. And this is why partially the international investors, like the Social Foundation, is investing in Barcelona. Just to give you one data that shows why it has been always a good business for Barcelona to be open. You remember the Olympic Games. Or if you don't remember, you have heard about the Olympic Games. At that time, Barcelona had 2% of foreigners living in Barcelona. 2%. Today, 2023, we have 24% of the inhabitants living in Barcelona have an international passport. And if you take those who got the Spanish passport after years, we are up to 29%. So from 2% to 29%. We are truly an international city, not because we say it, because it's what we are. An international talent wants to live in Barcelona modestly, I think, for all these things that I've shared with you, all these attributes. So Barcelona has been, it is, and have to continue being a truly an open, plural, and diverse city. And I have to tell you that in today's world, where there are the temptations for some autocrats to come back to the good old times of the closed walls, closed borders, Barcelona will stand as a city, as an open city, fighting for the values that we recognize ourselves and our friends recognize us. Let me finish by probably what it is the main challenge that we have in front of us. Any success of the past, neither any success of the present guarantees anything. We have to reinvent, re-evolution our cities. This means that we have to rethink the cities together. Always Barcelona have had urban planning as one of the main drivers for economic development, for social cohesion. Again, the city, in front of the digital transformation and the climate crisis, it needs to be rethink. And this is a collective exercise. So we have to accept that alone we cannot. Alone we cannot rethink, build up the new coherencies that the world and the city needs. That's why we need to build up smart alliances that goes beyond the institution. And Barcelona is ready for public and public alliances, public and private alliances, private social alliances. So anything is possible if we keep the values, the vision of the city. In that sense, I finish by saying, you got the virus, no way to escape from it. Barcelona is here to host you whenever you want and at your disposal to be useful in anything that you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much also for having us and all your colleagues of the city that have been supportive of us. I think you mentioned many reasons why we feel at home. And as Sam was saying, yeah, I don't know how you got to the calculation, but for him, he said like it's number one. And I guess if you're good at many different things, it has two advantages mathematically as well. It's like at the end you will be the number one, but there's also another aspect that I think is that you're going to be the most resilient as well. Because if you put all your money on one thing in one basket, you can be very vulnerable in this fast-changing environment. The other thing that I really personally liked as well is that you have an inclusive welcome agenda. Like what you said is, I think, when it comes to talent, you're not only open to talent that has the money, but you understand that if you are really open, it's for everyone, but that you also need everyone. You cannot exclude one group and say, you're not welcome, you are welcome. So I really applaud that policy, and I think a lot of European university cities can learn from you, and I really hope that the class community can also contribute to your understanding of, what are young people looking for, how we can accommodate them, and we're really appreciative of our partnership. Yeah.
My pleasure.
Is there anyone that has a big, urgent question for Pau? Because I know we're already a bit late for the next panel, so we're, well, one more big applause then for Pau.
My
Muchas
pleasure.
gracias. Yeah,
Was okay?
yeah, absolutely.
Sam,
all right, we're going to have a quick
okay?
commercial break so we are able to switch the setup, and then we'll see you for the next panel, which will be two cases of cities that experienced a lot of pressure on their housing market, Amsterdam and Glasgow, and two partners, UCAS and Housing Anywhere, that will explain how their data can help us plan long-term for cities that are experiencing housing challenges, whether it's oversupply or undersupply. So should be a very interesting conversation as we are moving towards more collaboration. So be back in 2 minutes. Not? Yeah, should be possible now. Oh, okay, there we are. And we're live. All right, as I said before, this panel is about how to deal with housing markets that are basically suffering from undersupply. It's an effort to bring different stakeholders together with two specific cases, Amsterdam and Glasgow, because both Amsterdam and Glasgow have, in recent years, needed to feel or had the need to discourage students from coming because there was not enough housing for them. And this was something that is new, and of course, not something that we desire, but it was more also interesting for our conference to discuss how you deal with that and what happened actually, and what are the underlying trends that maybe can help us prevent this kind of situation from happening again. So we invited 4 people that each bring their own perspective to this conversation. And I promise we don't have the solutions yet, but we have a lot of pieces of the puzzle, I think, and each their own experience as well that we can learn from. From the Vrije University, we have Henny Smits, responsible for all aspects of international life, including housing for your students.
Yes.
We have Ben Jordan from UCAS, an organization that helps with the application of students, but also has become a knowledge partner for many stakeholders here to predict the trends of student demand, if I summarize correctly. Sarah Shaw, head of the planning for the city of Glasgow, responsible in that sense also on the future pipeline of student accommodation, but also many other users that try to find a place in the city of Glasgow. And Jim recently joined Housing Anywhere as the COO, one of our partners, and supporting the class community with data sets, but also a platform where demand and supply meet, where offers students find a lot of their student accommodation offers across Europe. So first of all, thank you very much for joining this conversation. My question first is to Sarah and Henny to just briefly describe what your specific housing situation was, and then we'll dig a little bit later into it. But Sarah, maybe you can start with explaining.
So I don't know if everybody here would know Glasgow, but it's a post-industrial city which sees itself very much now as a knowledge-based city. We've got 5 universities, and we've got the highest rate of student retention outside London. So a lot of people who come to Glasgow to study stay on and become part of that economic backbone of the city, and a lot of investors come to the city as employers on the basis of that really high student retention. So students are very, very important for us in the city. And about a year ago, just over a year ago, I think it became clear that there was a bit of a crisis in the student housing. There are various factors to that, not least COVID, post-COVID, I think, but also we discovered that there just wasn't enough student housing, and a lot of students came to the city and had nowhere to live. And it's part of a housing crisis generally. And I think we do see that student housing, purpose-built student housing, plays a role in providing housing for students that then frees up some of the other housing sectors for other housing needs. There's a lot of pressures, for example, just affordable housing generally, and also refugees, asylum seekers and so forth as well, who are coming in large numbers to the city, and again, looking at the same housing stock that some of the students might be. So we're looking at a lot of huge pressure for new planning applications for purpose-built student housing. Conversion and repurposing is a big thing for us as well in the city. The kind of environmental credentials as well as the affordability credentials. They're 2 major areas that we're focusing on. And briefly, political, there is a concern, I think, about from politicians' point of view, about having balanced communities, about seeing the new build stock is coming in as part of a bigger urban regeneration gain. It's not just something in itself that sits on its own, and it's got to be knitted into the city properly. So I suppose that's briefly our main concerns.
Well, you mentioned already many aspects. What I find interesting also is to understand, how did you hear about basically the crisis for the universities that they really started to see that they could not, like how did they bring that to your to the council?
So I suppose it was in the press. There was a lot of stuff in the press. It wasn't just in Glasgow. It is UK-wide, but there was a lot of things in the press. But also, yes, the universities did come to the council to say, we can't cope with this. We don't quite know how to handle it. So we do have a kind of now a working group with the 5 different universities in the city, which is a first for us. We haven't had that kind of connection as a group. We've tended to deal with the universities on one by one, just as they come in with their own campus plans or whatever. So it's really trying to understand some of the data underpinning what's going on here. You know, how do we use that data to try and find solutions, I think, as well.
Yeah. And did you, was it the first time, as you said, that they all came together as well?
Yeah.
Did you have any access to data already? Did you know about their student numbers?
Not really, to be honest. I think a lot of the data is from UCAS, for example, and other reports that have been published. Sort of, you know, some of the consultants who are here at the moment have done reports on UK student housing and have given figures for various things like occupancy in Glasgow. We didn't really have a lot of that before. I think we're trying to really get down to the micro level about, you know, what other houses in multiple occupancy that are available, or trends going up and down. You know, how is that being accessed by the students? How is it being accessed by other people, as I say, who are also looking for the same housing stock?
Yeah.
It's actually quite difficult to find that data, so we're starting from scratch actually in some areas.
Nice. Yeah. Henny?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
I'm a bit sorry, but it's very difficult to...
Oh, sorry.
Maybe we should move a little closer then.
Yes.
The speakers, if we can have the speakers up a little bit here, that helps us as well. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, very good. Good point. No, Sarah was saying that in Glasgow, when the student housing crisis, because let's be specific as well, when it really started causing problems for the applicants of universities, of the 5 universities in Glasgow, it was the first time they came collectively also to the city council to find solutions.
Find solutions.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, for us, we deal already a few years with the shortage of housing for students. As you told already a few times this morning, we see that Dutch students, it's difficult for them to find a room, because only 46% lives on their own, can find student housing. This is because of the shortage, and of course also about the affordability, because that goes together, of course. And when I look at international students, well, I think the number of international students in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, as well as the VU, has grown since the past 20 years. What I see is that past COVID, the 21, 22 were very, very difficult, because a lot of students came to study at VU Amsterdam, at our university. And then there were also a lot of complaints in the newspaper, etc., and student unions complaining a lot and doing some manifestations and demonstrations. We saw also during that time that a lot of students did not have a place to stay, and that's why we started to be very explicit in our communication towards students. We do a lot on communication, so we say them, if you do not have a room before the 1st of August, 1 month before the study start, do not come to the Netherlands. And that's what we did now for 2 years. Right. And well, it helps a little bit, but well, it's not solved yet. Last year, I think we had around 300 students at this time of the year who still didn't have a place to stay. They went from couch to couch and from hostel to hostel. And of course, well-being is one of the key points that the university is looking at. And if you have so much stress in finding an accommodation, then it's not good for your well-being at all. So it's hardly possible to study. We heard a lot of very sad stories of students. So, what was your question again?
No, what was the situation as
yeah,
you
so that
described
was
it, but
yes.
also did you work together with
Yes.
the other universities
Yes.
to go to the city
Yes, of
in
course.
this case?
Yes, we work together on national level and on local level, and we address these shortages of housing together with the other higher education institution, and also with the student unions and the housing corporations. At a national level, the National Housing Action Plan was signed. VU was one of the partners who signed it, which aims to build 60,000 student accommodations before 2030. And we also cooperate with the municipality of Amsterdam. We often have meetings. But unfortunately, the city of Amsterdam is not so in favor of students, and international students not at all. They have come to a policy about housing where the word student is hardly mentioned. And international, what they say, they don't want to do anything extra for that. So that is very, very frustrating for us. So that's what we did.
Yeah. And I mean, I live in Amsterdam, so I know also a little bit more about that local debate. But can you maybe elaborate of why the city explicitly didn't want to support student housing anymore?
Yes, well, they always say they have that there is a general housing shortage, and they have different target groups where they have to take care of, and so they don't want to make. So students are just part of the the general housing crisis, and they don't want to do much effort on that, and they don't want to come with target numbers on building housing numbers or anything. They are mostly focused on student accommodations in the neighboring cities, so which might be also interesting for us, but we think that there must be also place for students to live in Amsterdam, not only in the region, but so that's what we are addressing.
Yeah. So on one hand, collaboration at national level, there was a long-term plan, and then at the same time, when the crisis became so complex for the city council to deal with, they thought they had to make choices and basically prioritize other groups. And as you said, the reason why this crisis was also caused is that you had across the universities in the region a significant growth of student numbers, some of them international, but also domestic.
Yes,
still.
also domestic. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Ben, you recognize these stories, or are these unique cases that don't happen anywhere else in the UK?
No, I absolutely recognise them across the world, and also within the UK we've made reference to Glasgow. Bristol is another high-profile example where there are real challenges around student accommodation. I think the thing I come from is that this challenge is only going to get worse. We are really facing a bit of a ticking time bomb in terms of student accommodation, because what we are seeing is a really significant growth in the 18-year-old population coming forward. So come 2030, we think there could be 1 million higher education applicants in a single cycle. Now, for those of you who aren't sort of overly familiar with UCAS data, back in 2006 you had 500,000. Present day you've got 750,000, and then you have 1 million come 2030. So you have a really significant uptick. And Glasgow, for example, we're projecting at least a 25% increase in applicant numbers to those institutions. So that demand for student accommodation is going to intensify. And like I said, that comes from a significant growth in the UK 18-year-old population. It also comes from a significant growth in international students as well. Because again, we talked about globalization. Back in 2000, you had about 1.6 million students studying in a nation different to their home nation. Today, you've got 5.6. Come 2030, you're going to have 9 million. So not only do you have pressure from domestic and internal market, and the pressure and the press coverage that comes with that, you've also got the pressure from the international market. At the same time, during that period, accommodation has become such a key part of the overall student experience. And for some groups of students in particular, it's so important. So thinking about disadvantaged students, for example, disabled students, care experience students, accommodation is one of the first things they look at before they even start looking at university. They're looking at the support available. So at UCAS, what we are seeing is this future demand and a growing importance for disadvantaged students, particularly in accommodation. And in that world of growing competition, it's those students as well that are most at risk. So we see all of these factors coming into play. And what we're doing here at UCAS is, you made reference to UCAS data, is we can see this coming. We've got some really sophisticated modelling to do this, and we are showing that variance across the UK. So Glasgow is 25%, London 70% when looking at 18-year-olds, a real significant growth there. But we have a range of products that can really help understand this. You talk about collaboration. UCAS is an absolute willing collaborator in the world of student accommodation. We want to use our data and want to use our services to help people understand what does that growth in applicant demand look like for their particular region. Because like I said, we're talking about 2030 at that peak point, so we still have time to respond to this. So they'll probably wave in a minute, but there's a few people from here, UCAS here, that really want to have those conversations about how we can support. But all of the challenges that we are facing on student accommodation are only going to intensify over the remainder of the decade.
But when you talk about 18-year-olds, so there is and you predict the growth of that demographic in those cities, what does that growth consist of? Because there are some parts where you say, like, the local population, develops in a certain way. You have a certain catchment area of 18-year-olds for a regional university. But then you also mentioned the international students, and that seems that in that aspect there's more, it can be a growth objective or a certain policy that is influencing that number. How do I have to understand the breakdown of that prediction that you make?
Yep, so if you look at that growth of towards 1 million applicants, so that 30% growth, the major contributor is the UK 18-year-old population. So in the UK at the moment, you've got around 700,000 18-year-olds. Come 2030, that's going to be around 900,000. So, and 45, 50% of those apply for university. You've then got a similarly significant growth in international students, which again pushes you towards your million.
Can you say something about what is that? Is that our annual growth prognosis?
So it's continued demand for UK higher education. So if you look at global market share, the US and the UK are the biggest global market share. That is declining as nations like Australia and Canada are starting to compete. But one of the great things about UK higher education is how appealing it is. One of the challenges of that appeal is the student accommodation angle and how you provide that really positive experience. China is going to continue being the biggest market. Actually, a lot of people won't realise this, but China is the 3rd biggest market for UK higher education. You have England, you have Scotland, you have China, then you have Wales, and then you have Northern Ireland. And come 2030, China will overtake Scotland and be the 2nd biggest market for UK higher education. But you've got significant growth in India, you've got significant growth in Nigeria as well. And actually this year we've seen growth in the US. So it's not only you're seeing the appeal of UK higher education, but also you're seeing the development in certain nations as those groups of students become more inclined to leave their home nation, particularly post-pandemic where borders start to open as well. So that appeal is from all over. But one of the interesting things there is that international students have a different ask around accommodation. More likely to bring dependents in, for example, more likely to be looking at different tenancy agreements, etc. So not only do you have that growth, you've also got increased complexity even that comes with it.
Yeah. No, I think we will go back to that point a little bit later, because indeed that also raised a lot of questions about the existing housing offer in cities and how you also collaborate around identifying, what is needed, what type of housing is needed. Jim, you've recently joined Housing Anywhere. You work across Europe.
Yes.
Do you recognize these two cases as well, or do you say they're more isolated compared to other cities in Europe?
No, I think we definitely recognize the same situation all across the board, although the pressure on the housing market is very different between different regions. I think we'll also address that with some data later on in the conversation, but you can clearly see that in areas where there is a good infrastructure for international students, where the language is spoken, like in English is spoken, when the cost of actually studying there are relatively low, there's a high inflow of international students across the board. I think in other markets we're now seeing that starting to grow as well, as affordability is better in those markets. I think we across the board see an increase in the total number of students looking for housing. I think in the Netherlands especially, there's just a sort of traffic jam in housing that we see, where we see a large increase in the number of people that stay in their house, or are now young working professionals still looking for rooms because an apartment or a studio is just not available or affordable.
Yeah.
And as they stay in their house, it creates a traffic jam for every other student to come in. So in that sense, it's not just the international students inflow that is affecting the availability. It's also just the general housing shortage and the policies that have led to that shortage.
Yeah. And do you, what also Pau Solanilla, the city commissioner, described earlier, it seems that a lot of European university cities have gone through this incredible transformation in terms of the population. Like he mentioned that more than almost 25% of its population is now foreign born. And it used to be 2%. So do you see that in other university cities as well? Because it's, you know, you mentioned Amsterdam, that it's not only an attractive city for international students, it's also for young professionals. It's also a destination for a lot of refugees or people that come to the to seek a safe place. So is that something that you see across Europe?
Yeah, we do. And I think especially on the young professionals, so our platform is across Europe available to student housing, but also young professionals and people that are expats for a short-term stay for 2-3 months, for example. And we see that there's a huge inflow, but it's also shifting on where the economic opportunity is.
Yeah.
And indeed also global events like COVID or the war in Russia have affected how the flow of people throughout the region has changed. In Germany, we see a lot of movement from Central and Eastern Europe into Germany because they're afraid of their Eastern neighbors. So yeah, we see definitely a shift there, not just in the student housing, but across the board in young professionals and expats as well.
Yeah. So it's a sign of success as well, of why these places are thriving, and yeah.
Definitely, I think it's also the attractiveness, like I said, the infrastructure, language spoken, access to cheap and really high quality education that is pulling people in, but also active policy to attract international students and to lower barriers to spread across Europe.
Yeah,
which I think is really good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because I think, Sarah, you mentioned also the retention rate is very important for a city like Glasgow. A lot of university cities have benefited from the ability to attract talent, especially when they were suffering from economic decline, deindustrialization. Cities like Rotterdam, Maastricht, Enschede actually received a university to be able to compensate for the decline in economic activity in the industry. I think Glasgow is a great example where you really need those universities to make the city ready for the next century, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a key part, and some of the universities are some of the oldest in the UK as well. So it's always been there, but it's certainly recognised, I think, more as being part of that kind of economic benefit. And cultural benefit as well, because some of the universities are cultural creativity. We've got the Conservatoire, which is the kind of arts and drama university. We've got the School of Art, which is internationally well known. So it's not just kind of standard, as it were, standard universities, technical universities. We've got that creative part of it, which is a really, really important part of Glasgow's USP as well. And I think one of the things that was just kind of occurring to me as the others were talking as well is just that we've had this social mobility as well. I mean, the global social mobility is part of why people are coming to Glasgow from other places. I mean, it's going to affect every other university as well. But when I was at university, you tended to go to your local university. I went to university in Dublin, and in fact, there was only one hall that was for foreign international students. That was it, because everybody came from the local area. And now, Glasgow and Dublin are very, very similar in that way that they've completely changed. Glasgow used to be more locally based. Students are now coming from all over, and it's just part of that expectation. And we also get a lot of local students living in the central belt of Scotland who expect to have accommodation away from home. And I think that's a big change. And I think although we didn't ever discourage students coming as part of this crisis to Glasgow, it wasn't as though there was that kind of active discouragement for international students. we have seen a drop in the number of people, for local people, or an increased number of local people living at home again. And I'm afraid that will make them look elsewhere. So they won't, if you come from the Glasgow area, you still want to go to a Glasgow because the universities are great. But if you can't get accommodation in Glasgow, you might just think, well, I might as well go somewhere else. So we want local students to have that opportunity as well as attracting the international students.
Yeah. And that trend of what you call mobility, that seems also in higher education the way forward, right? So shorter programs, incorporating exchanges, but also an increasing number of degree-seeking students. Even despite the Brexit, that it's become a little bit more difficult, it seems that students are still stacking their academic career based on different experiences. Can you elaborate on that, Ben? Is that
so I think there's a couple of things. I think to follow on to your point, I think when a university is marketing itself, what it markets is the location and the experience. Student accommodation is absolutely essential to that, and there are so many stakeholders there. So, close relationships with city councils, etc., to allow for that really positive experience. Because, like I said, accommodation is now becoming one of the big drivers of choice for students. I also think for most university vice-chancellors, it's gone from being down here on their list of concerns to being right up here. And the risk that you have is that when we start to see increased pressure on student accommodation, whether that be the availability or the availability of certain types, particularly for international students, because that market is so competitive, they may start looking elsewhere. Canada has a green paper out on international student recruitment at present. Australia's just made a really quite strong move in their post-study work offer to extend that to 4 years. So the global appeal of UK higher education is being maintained, but accommodation is such a key part of that, and given how important that is as a driver, that could quite switch off. I think in terms of general, mobility, what we're seeing is that through cost of living, we haven't really seen a shift in people staying at home. Around 1 in 3 students lives at home during their studies.
In the UK?
In the UK. Yeah. But actually the UK is one of the more unique nations in the fact that we promote mobility in terms of higher education. Compared to the French model, for example, it seems a rite of passage that you leave home for 3 years and you either stay there or you come back a different person. You don't necessarily have that in different nations. And that, again, it's the cultural aspect here that puts an impact on student accommodation. Well, I think, in terms of where we come from on a general value piece, all of these things around local economies, student experience, student appeal, they're all interlinked. I was reading an article just the other day about how much international students impact on the UK taxi trade.
Right.
And you think about some of these regions, Exeter was the case study. I don't know if people have been to Exeter, it's very much a student town. If you start to see changes in student behaviour driven by student accommodation, the wider economic impact of those areas is quite significant. So that, all these things are a house of cards effectively, and we need to make sure that we're on top of that, which is exactly why we're creating this narrative around future demand and future projection of numbers. Because, if we get that wrong, actually that 2030, not only do we miss a really significant economic opportunity through that growth in demand, but the impact of that economically longer term, where the reputation of UK higher education is impacted, will be much more far-reaching. So that's exactly why we're making this point, and accommodation is absolutely essential for this.
Yeah. And Henny, how is that for you? Because you mentioned the struggle you have currently to see your needs, your accommodation needs recognized by the council. But when it comes to the discourse about the future of Amsterdam, and your institute and your colleagues are a very important player in the market, how do you recognize what Sarah was also saying? Like, is it an economic force? Is it defined in social impact? How do you make your case, so to say?
Well, I think it's just very important for Amsterdam and for our university to be attractive for international students. We need that talent here in Amsterdam. So, and when I'm talking to the municipality, it's all about plots and about stones, but it's never about talent. So, as a university, we always address that to the municipality, and we ask the economic department to be part of the discussion. We think that's very important.
You bring different departments into. That's smart.
Yes. So, and well, I think every international student is needed. If you are going to a restaurant nowadays in Amsterdam, it's always an international student who is serving you.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, we must keeping on addressing that.
Yeah.
Yes, but yeah.
I think in the UK that international student piece is even more profound when you look at the general funding model for UK domiciled students, because the real term income of that 9,250 that students pay is now less than £6,000, and actually it's international students that are subsidising the experience of the UK domiciled student. So again, just thinking about if accommodation starts to deter people, particularly the international student market, again, one of the other things that starts to be impacted is also the quality of the education experience for the UK domiciled market. Because it'd be very easy to think, well, there's more places for UK dom students, but that's not how it works. So again, accommodation has such an important role in that, the local economy, but also the overarching student experience.
Yeah. But maybe the hesitation around also, the changes in student population, especially I remember a lot of conversation about Brexit, right? So is that going to be the end of international students in the UK? Or in the Netherlands, you saw also the debate about decreasing the number of English taught programs. It seems that there are more fundamental drivers that, increase mobility because it's something that people desire, but also still that higher education will remain a very important part of young people's lives. So it seems that the pie is still growing across Europe. But Jim, I thought about what we discussed also is the the understanding of the impact of this demand in the housing market, and you have collected some data which show that case in terms of rents, and also where you see the impact of the undersupply on the market. I'll give you this because it's maybe helpful for you. But can you take us through what basically is happening around Europe, including Amsterdam? I don't know if this is what the Commissioner was talking about, it being number one, but I think it will be explained through what this represents.
Yeah, so thanks to our platform, we have a lot of data around what people are paying to actually book a house or book a room in different cities throughout Europe. And what we see is that, especially post-COVID, there's a really quick catch-up of rental prices in both rooms, apartments, and studios. But what we see, and this is specifically for rooms, is that some of the Dutch cities, which are also the most under pressure in terms of supply and demand that we see on our platform, have increased a lot and are also on the highest range of the price per average room booked or looked at. When I was studying in Delft about 19 years ago, I think you were expensive if you paid $300 for a room, 300 euros. Now the average is 900, which is staggering to me, and it's also been a catch-up after COVID. But you see the same growth, for example, in Lisbon and Barcelona as well, now that these markets are becoming more attractive for international mobility due to good policy on attracting foreign talent. And you see other markets, so in Amsterdam and Rotterdam, and I think Henny can confirm that, is that this year, this quarter, we see a slightly less pressure than what we saw a year ago. So kind of a flattening of those prices. I think if you want to express that imbalance, so how big the pressure is of the undersupply in a market, we look at the number of listings that we have and the number of active searchers or people looking for a room messaging rooms actively on the platform. In the Netherlands, that is around 150, 200 people per room available, which is just an unsustainable amount. Even as an operator, you don't want this type of inflow to your platform because you just cannot handle the workload. Yeah. We've seen a really big increase. So pre-COVID, it was around 50. Post-COVID, now it's around 150, 200, which is not just explained by the inflow of international students because it's not that big of a driver, but also just a general stagnation of the flow throughout the whole housing life cycle.
The traffic jam.
Yeah. If we look at other markets, and for us Spain is also an interesting one to look at, we see that the imbalance is lower, has really picked up also post-COVID, and now has slightly decreased. That is also because on our platform we have been able to partner up with a lot of high volume PBSA providers. So we're actually being able to balance that supply and demand a lot better as we have more of the supply and demand on the platform. So the balance is improving thanks to the great work of our sales team, but also the participation of all the great partners here in PBSA. But it's a sign on the wall. The growth in 2020 means that Spain is now at the kind of pre-COVID levels in Amsterdam, about 40 searchers per available listing. And it's very likely that with the policies to introduce more international students and expats and attracting them to Spain, we'll only see that number go up. And that is exactly when also affordability becomes an issue, because all of these people are competing for the same rooms.
Yeah. Because the undersupply immediately is reflected in the increase of price.
Yeah.
That correlation you have said, even despite regulations in the market.
Despite regulations, and I think it's also, it's similar to a traffic jam, right? If you add 5% more people on a highway, you suddenly have a traffic jam, and if you take them away again, suddenly everything flows again.
Yeah.
And I think especially if you don't anticipate on an increase that actually kind of tips you over that border, then it suddenly can really spike up.
Yeah.
And that's what we've seen, for example, in Amsterdam.
Yeah. And these, beside these countries, is it more at country level, or do you see the specific pain points in those university cities that we talked about? Are there different leagues in Europe, so to say?
I think in Amsterdam it's very clear, and it's also one of the most popular cities for people to move in the Netherlands. Not just students, but also expats and also domestic people after their studies. They want to move to Amsterdam because that's where they work, that's where there's excitement. We have less good visibility on the UK for now, because we've only recently started moving into the UK. We see organically UK is one of the biggest markets for us in terms of demand. There's a lot of people, even if we don't actively unlock that market. So therefore we've also, in May this year, started to proactively go after supply in the UK market to really balance that out. Yeah. I think at this moment, London is the third most popular city for us in terms of organic demand that we don't acquire through paid marketing. And that at this moment, we're starting to bring the right supply to that audience. So the number there would be really high. And you also see in London, the prices are extreme.
Yeah.
So we're actively trying to make that market more efficient, because that in the end serves our purpose of connecting supply and demand and building bridges across international students and mobility.
Great. Thank you for sharing this.
Thanks.
I want to spend the second part of the conversation about how we as stakeholders can be part of the solution, how we can collaborate. Several initiatives have been mentioned already, so I want to dive a little bit deeper into that. Also as the potential role for the class to play. But before we do that, any questions from the audience regarding the two cases, maybe UCAS and Housing Anywhere, before we move on? Anyone? Okay.
Fine.
It's a great compliment to the panel. Stories are great. No, as I said, I think what's my takeaways are there's more and more data becoming available to make predictions, which I think is one of the things that had been missing in the past. The second observation is that in times of crisis, either people come too late to the table, or there's a risk of that people feel that it's not under control anymore. So you need to almost I wouldn't say renegotiate, but you need to come back to the table and like, okay, so what is the vision for our city, right? I want to start with the university's perspective, because I think also earlier today it was mentioned that that there's a general impression that universities don't really take the full potential of their role in the city, both as an economic engine, but also someone where you control supply and demand indirectly, as well as informing the long-term plan of the city. Is that something you recognize, Henny, as something that you and your board and your colleagues are exploring as well? How would you say we would need to make a plan with this group for the next 10 years? How would you
Where would we
come
start?
to the table? Yeah.
Oh, that's a difficult one. We do collect a lot of data as well, and I think we can pretty well predict how many students will come the next 10 years to the university.
Okay.
If there are no major things like COVID, but I think we can do that. And so with those numbers, I think we should talk with other universities. No, go with other universities to that municipality and make a plan about how we are going to approach that.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't mention that yet. We have, at the moment, we are not able to recruit students. Maybe that's important to mention. The government, the Minister of Education has asked us to stop recruiting students because, international students I'm talking about, because of the big problems that they think are caused by international students. I think the housing crisis is not caused by international students, but as many, there's a lot of articles in the newspaper, and so of course it gives some pressure for international students, but it's not a cause. So I think we should go away from that international thing, and we should, I think, for us as a university, is it very frustrating that there are regulations about recruitment of international students, because we want to be open and we want to be welcoming and inviting. So I think we should go away from that international thing, because I think at the end we need it. We just talked about that.
Yeah.
So I think we should look in students' options in the region as well as in Amsterdam, and maybe make it possible for students to have a sort of, as I call it, housing career. So you start maybe in a place which is not in the center of Amsterdam, not on the, and then eventually come there some years later.
Yeah. But maybe very interesting for Sarah as well, because you say something that I have found difficult in the almost 15 years that I work in the sector now, is that for universities to make a 10-year prediction. What gives you now that ability to, aside the issue with the ministry at the moment, that we can vote on, I think, in November.
Well, you can look at the, for the Dutch students, you look at the demographics. You know how many students
like what Ben was saying.
Yes, that's the same. And I think for international students, well, depending on the policy that maybe is going to be made the coming period, but I think you can do some predictions. We can always predict pretty good how many international students there will be for the next 2 years. So I think we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a 10-year time frame.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned in the housing part, then you start looking at a regional solution.
Yeah. As well, Well, what I said before, I think there should be place for for students in Amsterdam as well. But maybe, what I said is a housing career. You start maybe in a place outside Amsterdam, maybe in the region, or on the borders of Amsterdam, and then after a few years, you move to a better place. And what I think is most important, that housing options for students are built like with shared facilities. So, and maybe, I just talked with Jim about that, maybe a little bit more sober. Maybe that's not the right word, but a little bit more basic. That's why.
And why do you think that's important? Is
because
that
I think
from the school's vision about what?
No, I think it's about the affordability.
Affordability.
Yes. Yeah. I think affordability in housing is important, and at the moment, I think the difference is between the housing of the housing corporations, as we call it in the Netherlands, and the commercial sector is too big. There's a gap. In that.
Okay.
I think there should be something in the middle.
Great. So we're talking about segmentation.
Yes. And maybe in the region you can reach that.
Yeah, I see.
Yes.
Because the housing prices are lower,
Yeah.
land prices are lower.
But of course, you have the problem with the public transport again. So because when people have to commute, that's also that costs also a lot of money.
Yeah, great. I'll come back later and how you envision the relationship with the other universities as well. Sarah, what would be important for you in a 10-year time frame?
So it's interesting what Henny was saying. We do have a kind of now a joint prediction of the number of increase in student beds. It's probably likely in Glasgow. I mean, it probably is unknown, but we've got a prediction. And we do have supply
on the housing side,
on the student housing, student numbers, and how many more student beds we would need as a result of that. But we do have supply coming in. We do have a lot of interest in developers in Glasgow developing student housing. In fact, almost all of our major proposals at the moment are student housing. So there is that political aspect to it too. So it's all mainly focused in the city centre because our universities are mainly in the city centre and slightly edge of centre. So there is a political concern that we will have over-concentration of some areas in student housing, and that student housing is not properly knitted into the kind of the community that's also in the city. And so I think one of the things that we're trying to look at are what are the solutions to that. One of them is to have an affordable housing element or affordable student housing element in the student housing that's coming forward. So that's a regulatory side of thing.
Yeah.
But it's also looking at I think what's been interesting today is to hearing about the very many different types of flexible student, short-term lets, all the sort of the different elements that can go up to making a student housing offer. And I think and can blend with that. So you could have a student housing that's also got build to rent, type accommodation attached, all that sort of thing. So it's developing into not just students, but student, flexible accommodation for other people as well. And I think that would help the political concept, the political concerns about this kind of monoculture of students just in certain parts of the city. So that's one thing. The affordability thing is so huge as well. And I think there is a perception that a lot of the student housing that's coming forward just now is fantastic in terms of the level of facilities and it's lovely, but it's expensive. And there's this idea of having a lower kind of slightly more basic provision that's still good, and people could will still give people facilities and communal facilities and all the rest of it, but maybe not quite at that high end. And I think there's a perception that it's only the foreign students coming from outside Scotland that can afford the high end. And it is partly down to what's available in terms of student loans, and we've done a bit of work on what's affordable in terms of the average student loan and what percentage of that you can actually expect students to pay. And we do have a level which is below the level that's currently being asked for commercial student PBSA. So it's working with the PBSA providers to say, how can we actually make that work, that affordability end of things? How can we make it work? I would rather do it without having to introduce kind of planning policy and regulations. We have policy already. Policy is always playing catch up. It's always one step behind the evolving housing markets of all sorts of things. And we see that so much at the moment. In the last 5 or 10 years, housing offers have changed dramatically from what it used to be. And so I think I don't want to rely on policy because we're always, as I say, being left behind. It's trying to work with what can the providers offer that addresses these issues for us, and that would really help the planning process through the political, because it is a political process. It's not just planners, it's politicians that vote on planning applications. So for me, that would be the affordability and looking at alternative mixes of accommodation are the two big things for me.
But assuming, say, that the need for affordable market segment is 50% in this, which policy tools do you have currently that you can influence that?
Yeah, so we've got...
Beside the art of persuasion.
Persuasion, exactly, yes. We do have development plans, as everybody does in the UK. Each council has got its own development plan. There is a national sort of expectation that all areas, all market sectors for housing would have an affordability element to that. So a policy that's maybe a percentage policy. It's quite common for mainstream housing to have that. It tends to be 25% is what's expected in Scotland generally. Glasgow's never had an affordable housing policy because we have a huge affordable housing sector, and about 40% of our new build housing is provided by that affordable sector through Scottish Government funding and council funding. So we've never really felt the need for a specific percentage policy. We could look at introducing something like that in our development plan that's currently being developed at the moment, which would then set policy for 10 years. Now, that's fine. We could address it that way, but then it's slightly inflexible as well. So we'd have to go through quite a lot of procedures to change any policy that's in that. So it's trying to work out, I suppose, second guess to a certain extent what's likely to be coming, what kind of developments are coming through, and therefore what kind of solutions can be built into the policy, how flexible the policies can be.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And do you work with scenarios, for example? We talked about flexibility in plans, like if things change. Is that something that you also feel your planning tools are able to adapt to that?
At the moment, yes, to a certain extent. So I think part of it, as I say, is being overt about what's being offered. Now we talked earlier, there was your talk you curated earlier about sustainability, environmental sustainability. It's being more transparent about what's actually being offered. It's being transparent about what the rental is made up of, for example. So it might include utilities, broadband, all the rest of it, which students in the private rented sector have to get independently, and adds on to that cost of the rent. So it's making that clearer, I think, to the policy and decision makers, and as is also the environmental sustainability credentials. If you have those, if they're meeting those, it's really important. The decarbonisation and repurposing element is really important as well. So anything that's, if you can look at repurposing existing buildings, then that is really, really crucial for us as well. So, but it's buying into that as developers, but also being more overt and transparent about it as well.
Yeah, yeah. And Henny mentioned, for example, the national level, which is, has its own dynamics. Do you see also in this 10-year context, are there certain policies at national level that you would say, if we would all work together on our local or regional plan, what would we talk about at national level? What's important?
Yeah, so we've just had a national planning framework set by Scottish Government, which has a very strong emphasis on the ecological crisis and the climate crisis. So there's a lot of kind of expectations in there about carbon balancing, decarbonisation, all the rest of it, retrofitting, repurposing. So that's all very, very strong. I think it's not really restrict. I think there's certain subsidies aren't really being looked at the moment. I think we're looking for the universities. The universities all operate as individual businesses, effectively. Yeah. So we are looking for them also to step forward and actually develop a plan with us, as we're trying to do, but also to kind of offer solutions too. So whether it's taking nominations or working more in partnership with PBSA providers to work out whether you can have a nomination procedure. Up to now it's been quite reactive, whether we can do something more proactive about that, and also developing their own stock, developing their own campuses to provide more accommodation, which I think they absolutely are looking at the moment. So I think it's an issue probably for Glasgow and Edinburgh, more in Scotland than the rest of the country, probably.
Well, I think you've got a tension there with the open market, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because I don't think anybody denies that we need to have more and more affordable student accommodation.
Yeah.
That's a given. But then I think if you open any university prospectus even, page 2 will normally be the best accommodation that you can find at that institution, because it is such a key part of the marketing. So you have to have something at a national level, and this might be something that a sector body comes together on to help and try and show that, because every university is going to want to because it's so core to their experience. They want to show that glamorous cinema, gym, etc. So there's a real friction there. I think the 10-year window is a really interesting one for this, because particularly from the UK, I've talked a lot about that 2030, 1 million applicants in 2030. Actually, from
That's
2030,
7 years only.
Yes, but from 2030 onwards, you start to have a decline in the 18-year-old population. And when you get to 2035, you're at present-day numbers, and then after that, you just keep going down and down and down. So, sustainability also has to be at the heart here, but so does diversity. And I think, well, is there an opportunity to think about how student accommodation becomes young professional accommodation in the future, for example?
Which is also a form of flexibility, right?
Exactly.
It's adaptable afterwards.
Yeah.
And I think in terms of scenarios and events that might happen, again, I've talked about this million at 2030 and that demand. We've essentially modelled every big event that could happen. There's a general election likely next year in the UK. That's going to impact on demand, etc. You've got really fragile geopolitical situations across the globe. In all situations that we've modelled, there is growth. Some it's smaller, some it gets you to 1.1 million. Some it gets you to 1.5 million. So if the UK market share goes back to 14% as it was in 2000 globally, that gets you to 1.1 million.
Yeah.
So there are changes here, but that curve of the population is such a hard one to manage. Because what you are dealing with over the next 10 years is a population surge. And I think it's quite easy for a university to say, we're going to recruit X number of students and we can manage our numbers. That's fine, that's easy.
Yeah.
The bit you can't control is the narrative of the students who miss out. Because if you keep those numbers the same, more students miss out.
Yeah.
Accommodation cannot be the reason for that, because that's not a good look for anyone. So there's all sorts of different angles to consider here.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the flexibility is absolutely key, because actually we have so many applications in the pipeline and planning in Glasgow at the moment that I genuinely think there would be oversupply if they were all developed.
Yeah.
So it's looking at designing your buildings in such a way that if suddenly actually that supply is now, or the demand is now saturated, what else can they be? And that there are certain sort of elements of the design of a building and how it functions that make it much better for example, family accommodation, that kind of thing, cluster flats rather than single studios, all that sort of thing needs to be considered, definitely.
That's interesting.
For us, as
I was going to say, one of the other questions I wanted to ask you as well, but also with what you mentioned, Ben, is that you can help with scenario planning too, right? And
I also wanted to attach on the angle that for us a 10-year planning cycle means all of our lifetime as a tech company almost. We started 15 years ago. And for us, it's as an asset-light company, it's really easy to shift with the market, right? It's when we see an increase in demand somewhere, we focus on building supply and the other way around, but that balance is super important to us. And I think what we can contribute to that 10-year planning is actually super granular data on what amenities international students actually looking for.
Yeah,
we
for
know
the
exactly
segmentation of the market.
Yeah, we know if they look for a cinema, a fitness studio, a swimming pool, or just a community to attach to. And we can actually see also with the different price points that they search for, what they value for what type of additional budget. So in that sense, I think we can be a great source for planning purposes. But for us, planning a 10-year cycle is it's actually not a useful thing to do, because we can follow the market much easier, much quicker. Whereas a developer probably has a 10 to 30 year cycle. A university probably has 200 years of experience and has a 10-year cycle. And in politics, it's like 4 or 5 years. So we're really happy to contribute to the PBSA players and the operators and the builders. Like, what do you need to build now to be relevant 5, 10 years down the line? And then quickly follow that market and make sure that the supply and demand are balanced and well served.
I think that would be extremely helpful, because as a community, we go from city to city. We have been hosting events in different cities. Some cities really want more students, because they need them to revitalize the communities that have lost the purpose that they had or were built for. Others are struggling with too much of everything, to your point, Henny, and then you don't want to be sacrificed in that debate as well. So finding a way to work together and make that predictability and those scenarios part of the planning is, I think, something that we can do together, and also to be transparent and see where we can help each other. Because if everyone just pursues their own goals, you also don't really end up where you want to be. So I really appreciate your contributions and your thoughts. And for us at the class, it's also as we like to move forward, also to see how we can help local partnerships flourish. Much appreciated, and hope you enjoyed as well. Is there any question? If you like this idea, can I have your applause then for this panel? Great. I think that was a yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for hosting us.
Welcome everybody. After that long session, brilliant session with Frank and team, we are now moving on to a presentation of the Student Living Monitor by two giants of the student accommodation sector, Sarah Jones and Tom White, both based in the UK. So they are going to come on stage now to welcome to Sarah and to Tom.
Oh, that's us. Thank you, mate. Oh, there's some people there. This is really disconcerting. I'm guessing if it's on red, that means you can hear us.
Yes.
All right, some nodding heads, so we can be heard. Be careful what I say. Hi, I don't know if Sam's already introduced us because we couldn't hear, but I'm Tom from WOW Agency.
And I'm Sarah Jones from Mirrors 42 Consulting.
So we're really just here for 10-ish minutes to really tee up a really interesting panel discussion around student well-being. We had the pleasure to be invited by the Class Foundation to lead the research project for the Student Living Monitor. The aims of this is to provide a pan-European measure of the happiness of students living in student accommodation across Europe. We're going to take you through some of the highlights of what we found from that, or unfortunately, I have to say some of them are actually the lowlights, so strap yourselves in because there is some challenging news and some challenging recommendations and policies for everybody here. So we'll take you through that, and bear with us if we get a bit emotional about some of this because some of it's quite sad, but we'll go through it. Does the clicker work? Oh, it does.
Yay.
So first of all, I'm not going to go through lots of information on the respondents, but just going to look at the top level number there. So you can see the sort of countries that were covered by the research here. So it really is truly pan-European. And overall, we had 3,364 respondents. Within that, you can see the demography of the breakdown of lots of spread of age, gender, year of study, all of that kind of stuff. So it really is a representative sample. I know the Class Foundation have huge ambitions for this to run on an annual basis and keep growing this data set so it becomes more and more useful. What we're going to take you here is the top level. So to introduce you to the scale we're talking about here, this is called MHI 5, Mental Health Index 5, which is a global measurement that looks at the mental health and well-being of an individual, specifically adults. It's not used in children, so we're surveying adults here. The scale actually runs on a scale from 0 to 100. The bit that we're interested in is the bit that you can see here. Anything from 52 all the way up to 72 is really where the main people would sit. It would be very odd if you get outliers that don't sit within this. So generally speaking, as you can see there, anything between 52 to 60 is representative of somebody who has poor mental health and poor mental well-being. 60 to 68 is getting okay. 68 to 72 is really strong mental health. What you can see plotted across this graph is the average of the country scores for all the student respondents in those countries. And what you can see is the best we ever only achieve is okay. We never reach good, we never reach excellent, and actually if you look at the proportion of where this is spread, it is very much down the lower end of this. So what this is telling us is, overall, on a country-by-country basis, with some lower lying than others, there are lots of very unhappy students living in student accommodation of all sorts, not just purpose-built, of all sorts, which we'll go through in a bit more. If you look at that against the European average, which is not just looking at students, that's looking at all citizens who live within Europe, it's 57. The vast majority of our respondents sit below that average. So as a general idea, as a general concept takeaway from this, students are more unhappy than the average population. What we then looked at and what the class are really trying to achieve and are using this research is to go and speak to governments, funders, operators, people here in this room to talk about 4 key policy areas that we can use from this data to say these are the things that we need to do to start shifting those scores much further up that scale, make people happier. And we'll start going through those, but in broad schemes, availability and choice. So making sure that actually there is a wide spread of accommodation for students that fits a very changing and more complex demographic than ever before. Engagement in well-being, making sure that actually everybody is participating in some sort of exercise that not just reacts to poor mental well-being, but positively creates an environment to have good mental well-being. Stop being reactive, more proactive. That sort of then links into a key pillar of that. It's about inclusive communities. How do we create these spaces where the peer community looks after itself, it recognizes the diversity and the needs of those students, so the community is part of that immunity to mental well-being. And then finally, targeted support. When it is needed, or we have very specific cases of very specific mental health needs, let's make sure we understand that. Staff are trained and empowered to deal with it.
Yeah.
So looking at that first policy area, and I'll shortly hand over to Sarah to go through the rest, is availability and choice. So please, at the end of this, there's a link so you can download the full report where just showing you some of the snapshots. One of the things that we looked at and found one of the closest correlations to students representing poor mental well-being is whether or not they got to live in their first choice of accommodation. So what you can see here is broken down, and you can see really clearly is those that had their first choice of accommodation and lived in it were far happier than their counterparts who had to settle for their second or third choices. That wasn't always just because of lack of availability, as in the market had sold out. In a lot of cases, it's because they just didn't have the choice of accommodation that was needed. So particular shortfalls in things like family accommodation, huge amount of changes of international students coming over from India and African countries, travel with families, and there's no accommodation for them. Very, very difficult for that community to feel very happy and supported in an accommodation type that simply doesn't fit their needs. Some of it is about price categories and not having availability in an affordable price category for them. But the impact of that is really stark. For the sake of what it's worth, the little red dots that you'll see plotted across this all the time, that is us constantly correlating the MHI-5 index about student happiness against an NPS score, where we also asked the students in the survey whether they felt their accommodation positively supported their well-being. What we can see throughout it is the MHI-5 scale is almost always correlated directly to whether or not they think their accommodation provider is taking a proactive stance to support their mental well-being. You now have the pleasure of listening to, sorry, we've kind of covered all of this, so I'm going to hand over to Sarah. You don't have to listen to my northern accent anymore, so Sarah, over to you.
Still northern, no. So what you can see on this one in area 2, engagement with well-being, is a marked variation between the mental health scores of users of services and facilities and those who do not. And actually the ones with the little black stars on the left-hand side of the chart are the areas which significantly affect people, whether they engage or whether they don't engage. So community lounges, shared outdoor spaces, it basically highlights that no matter the cause and effect, providing social spaces and encouraging their uses has a positive effect on happiness and well-being. The scores for Res Life, community engagement, and programs in that area show exactly the same correlation. So it's about people, it's about getting them together. In terms of recommendations, refurbishment, there we go, creation, development of social spaces and also community programs is key. The results of the survey shine with the message that other people are key to happiness and well-being. This brings us on to inclusive community. The student body is diverse, and we can see that demography plays a huge part in student mental health. Those who reported as non-binary, reporting an illness or long-term disability, presented poorest mental health scores. And it links to a further key finding in this survey about combating loneliness. Those who are lonely, excluded, experiencing social problems, bullying, all kinds of things, feel a very negative impact from being in their accommodation, and the poorest mental health scores. If we think that social interaction is key to happiness, we have to think hard about social inclusion. So what does this look like? I think there are people in this room who are far better than me at actually, putting these programs together, promoting social inclusion and managing conflict and sharing best practice has got to be a significant part of that. As Tom said at the beginning, targeting people who need the most support is a key finding. It's the main key finding. There is evidence in these findings, and we're kind of skipping across what is an absolutely massive piece of work, and I encourage you all to go and have a look at it, because I think people could take so much from it. On the left here, there is the only part of the survey where when you engage with the survey, when you engage with the service, your mental health scores are lowest, and it's actually the services which are provided for mental health support. And it's like, when you provide these services, these people are more likely to promote and feel good about their accommodation. And so actually, this is about signposting and making sure you're providing the most professionalized and appropriate support, working with the others who are most qualified to do that, because this is tricky stuff, I know that. And then secondly, the people who feel a particular impact on their well-being are those who are struggling with their finances, and it's such a stark finding. If things are unaffordable, the impact can be severe. I would encourage you to go and read, because every single one of these areas has got a set of people and a set of comments. And they talk about how hard the situation is. This is where Tom's supposed to poke me.
You said you'd
because
get emotional.
Yeah.
Take a breath. Take a
yeah,
breath.
it's pretty hard stuff. So the final recommendation in this report is try and intervene in positive ways to support student situations. Hardship funds, bursaries, signposting to external sources where they exist. This is difficult, but the problems are widespread across Europe. And then mental health support, seeking to partner with the most appropriate people and organizations where, you know, students can really benefit. Well-being is affected. I'm going to do it again, where people feel alone.
Get the arm round.
You are a glorious guy. Thank you. So, basically, there must be a thank you. There is a thank you. But essentially, thank you for hearing us out and for delivering these results. I hope they do give you some food for thought. If this survey happens again, take part, because one of the most important things about this is increasing the number of respondents to the survey, as Tom said, because these results, you know, we've correlated them with scientific evidence on this MHI-5 scale from GP surgeries across the Netherlands, you know, huge surveys which use the same score. And we know that the results that came back in this survey are absolutely right, but more data is always better, more is better. So anyway, thank you very much, and I hope you'll have lots of questions for the panel.
Well done.
Thank you.
Sarah, Tom, that was amazing. Thank you.
No worries.
You said it would be that emotional. It is. Right, we might have some time for questions.
Oh,
Actually.
yes, we do.
Oh, for us? Okay.
Yeah. We've got 2 minutes. Who wants? Oh.
Your mic's off.
Oh, wait. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can hear me. Sorry about that. I was going to say we knew that was going to be emotional,
Yeah.
so well prepared, Sarah. Are there any questions from anybody in the audience? Is there any one
Sarah.
question? Any questions? Can't see anybody? No.
I think we're all right.
That's it. Thank you so much to Sarah and Tom. That was a huge amount of work for you to get through, and we only had a splattering of responses today, but thank you very much.
And please scan this link and download the full report.
Yes.
Tom is saying scan the
QR code, yeah.
Scan the QR code. Thank you very much, Sarah, Tom. Okay, thanks, guys. This is now the penultimate session, and I need to welcome up. This is on student living, happiness, and well-being, and our very own Class Foundation's amazing Aranima is coming up as the co-moderator. Can we have a round of applause, please, for everyone? Next, we have Marion, who's the Coco of the Social Hub. Then we have Arnie, founder of Digit. Arnie. Keep on applauding. I know everybody's tired, but come on, just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Alberta.
Yay.
Alberta is the Chief Operations. No, she's not. Alberta is the Hospitality and Residential Wellness Experience
Exactly.
at Technogym. Sorry. And finally, we have Georgios, who's the Liaison Officer at Erasmus Student Network. Thank you very much. Brilliant. Aranima, over to you.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for joining us. We'll do a quick round of introductions. I'm Aranima, I'm from the Class Foundation. I am the Events and Research Manager. The lovely presentation that Tom and Sarah just did, I was responsible for managing it with a lot of support from my team, and of course, from, with the likes of Alberta included from Technogym. So that's me. Who is up next? Marianne?
Yeah. Well, I'm Marion Koopman. I'm from the Social Hub. I'm the COCO, so not the COC, the COC. That's why Sam had so many problems to say it. It's COCO. It's Chief Operations and Commercial Officer, so everything within TSH except from real estate. And happy to be here.
Thanks, Marianne. Arnie?
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arne Hermans. I'm the founder and CEO, let's say, of Digit Student Life, which is an operator based in Belgium, and we do like everything with student housing, except developing it and investing in it, so operating, market research, and consulting with a core on operating student housing residences.
Thank you. Alberta?
Thank you. So I'm Alberta Galli. I'm with Technogym, for which I'm working on developing wellness experiences and solutions for this segment in particular. So we are an international company providing wellness solutions for these and other industries. We've been on the market for over 40 years, and since 2020, we are a proud sponsor of the Class Foundation.
Thanks, Alberta. Georgios?
Hello everybody, my name is Yorgos. I'm a representative of Erasmus Student Network, one of the biggest student organizations in Europe and beyond. We represent international students. Lovely to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Well, thank you for the lovely round of introductions. If you saw the presentation, we looked at 4 key areas, one of them being availability and choice. So I'm just going to start with you, Georgios, and I wanted to really understand what, according to ESN, and I know you have your own piece of research around accommodation, what are the key challenges that the students are finding these days, and what has their overall experience been like?
Yeah, Erasmus Student Network, together with the European Student Union, last semester we published a joint survey report on housing and the obstacles that international students are facing for their access to housing. So what is the state of play? In general, the satisfaction of international students when they are moving abroad is very high. Only 16% of students found their accommodation after their arrival, so the delay, it's still, we need to tackle it, but it's an irrational percentage. Shared flats are the most common housing option for exchange students, with variations by region. Housing owned by higher education institutions is most common in Central and Northern Europe, and private student homes are prevalent in Western Europe. A quarter of survey respondents experienced scams, so one of the most prevalent challenges that international students are facing are scams. Also, I would say that efforts are needed to improve housing options in terms of availability on the one hand and price affordability on the other hand for most of the students. And many students can only cover less than 50% of their accommodation cost based on the scholarship from Erasmus+, if we are talking about international students who get support from Erasmus+ program of the European Union. Another challenge that we see is like students often face financial stress when they have to pay more than 1 month deposit before their departure to the hosting destination. This is another big problem. Lack of information about local housing conditions. Because they are not familiar with the local housing market, so one of the challenges, as I mentioned before, scams, etc. And last but not least, I would say that approximately 12% of respondents had to move to different accommodations during their exchange. For us, this is a problem, keeping in mind that the student exchange is a short-term period of 1 semester, maybe 2. So if students have to move in multiple locations, this is a challenge.
Thanks, Georgios. So what I understand from you is there's obviously a lack of, there's not much availability, and it becomes even more difficult for students if they're trying to find short-term accommodation. And tied with that, if you're an exchange student and you do not know the market really well, then you are susceptible or like vulnerable to, shouldn't try saying big words, to scams. And yeah, and then of course, like if there's already a shortage, and as Frank's panel was discussing that, if there's not much availability, then the prices go up, and then it becomes even less and less accessible. You also raised the point around financial disadvantages. I will circle back to it. Right, so yes, there's not enough housing. I think that's been established well and good in the last few hours. When students do have housing, that doesn't really solve all the problems. And so it's about really also about quality housing and what kind of communities we are creating and what kind of support we're giving to our students. So this is where I'm going to invite Alberta to take over, and we're going to turn to the operators here to answer some questions.
Yes, thank you, Runim, absolutely. And so I think now is the time to start deep diving into well-being, right, the topic for today. And definitely what we can say is that well-being goes along with the adoption of a sustainable wellness lifestyle. And on this purpose, I would like to inspire the next step of conversation by sharing with you what in Technogym we call the pyramid of wellness. So thank you very much. Great. So what you see at my back here has been developed by our scientific research department, and the principle here is that, of course, a wellness lifestyle is the result of a combination between, in a balance, of course, between mental approach, which should be a positive mental approach, together with, of course, a correct nutrition as well as movement habit. Okay, so starting from here, I truly believe that a student living operator could take a very active role as educator on these regards, because, of course, you have the chance to inspire students in adopting a wellness lifestyle by the services and facilities you make available. So I'd like to start with Mario, maybe telling what you think about this and what initiatives are you leading at the Social Hub.
Yeah. Well, for us, it's very important to look indeed at all the three parts. And let's start with the mental approach. I think with the mental approach, I think it's very important to look from the very start when a student comes in. So what do you do to really bring the connection between the different students, and also that they really know the whole location, so that they know what they can get and they don't feel like, okay, this is maybe I cannot go in or whatever. So they really feel home. I think that's the very first moment. What we then see is that it's very important to bring connection, but then not only by really forcing people together, but more in a playful sense. So then we do much more events. And then you bring in two other sides. So you bring in the movement. We see that our sport classes, and we have different one every day, they are really a lot attended. So people like it and people really embrace it, but also have a lot of fun together. So that's really where we see, that's very important. The other part, which we also do not on a daily basis, but bi-daily, is also more the creative part, where we see that it is not only about the body, but it's also a lot about more the mindset and that you can be creative. So we do art classes, we do, it's always a combination between art and connection. So we do zip and wine, but also, wine, what is it, drawing and zip, but also a little bit more like that you really can talk about art, that there are specific moments that really also embrace a little bit more the creative mindset of all the different students.
Yeah.
And then of course nutrition is very important. So in our communal kitchens, we also do some cooking classes. We have a mama kitchen. She is on one hand looking at, is everyone really having a safe and good feeling in this kitchen, but on the other hand she also gives cooking classes and she makes a lot of fun about it, and sometimes she even makes a cake, or he makes a cake. There are not only mamas, or also papas, but that moment is also a very important moment to, on one hand, to give a little bit education, but also the connection, and also to have the fun with the food together.
Of course, and this engagement really contributes to the happiness eventually,
yes,
right? So we are looking at all these dimensions to see how healthy people becomes really happy people in the end. Thank you. And I really think it's important because it really goes along with some of the takeaways we saw from the presentation of the Student Living Monitor. For instance, the fact that making available certain facilities or service or initiatives is truly impacting and making the difference in the mental health index, absolutely. So over to Arnie, what can you tell about your experience and what are you developing in order to improve well-being at Digit?
All right. No, of course, when I look at the triangle, I see a box of milk, and I always like to state that happy cows give more milk, like I said before, and I'm not comparing my students with cows, of course. But again, if they are feeling happy, and it's like being philosophical, but I have some concrete examples as well, that if they feel happy, if they feel at home, they will study better, I hope, get better grades, have more fun, get to know other people, be loyal tenants as well, of course. And there are a couple of ways to try to reach such goal. And I think it's about 3 things if we're talking in terms of triangles. It's about having some fun as well, because I think that being healthy and eating healthy and so on is important, but they can also have some fun, of course. They should do some healthy stuff as well. It's about sports, but also, for example, if we talk about some stuff that is really important in Belgium right now, but everywhere else, it's like giving CPR, some example like that. So if we can broadcast a CPR initiative or something for all our students, that's also touching about the health aspect, getting to know each other, learning some stuff and so on. And the 3rd pillar, let's say, would be about professional development, where we would like to help students, for example, how to draw a resume, how to have some 10 do's or don'ts on a job interview and so on. So if we can foster such 3 things, and there will be more examples, of course, that should be able to contribute to the happiness and then the well-being of the students. And so I also hope to prevent that they would turn into some dark feelings and so on, because there's an end to our role that we can play. We're not professional psychologists. I hope to prevent them from turning into some lonely environment. We're all connected, but we should come out of our rooms to interact with each other. So that's how we would like to facilitate
I really like this. I think preventative, approach is key, because you don't want to react to some situation. You want to make sure that everything is in proper place to develop further on this. Absolutely.
Right. And when you said you want to get people out of their rooms and socialize, the ones who are social will do it, But how do you get the ones who are not that social, and how do you get the ones who are a little bit introverted or feeling a little bit left out or don't feel like they fit in? So how do you manage that? And I'm going to tie that up with the question of, you might have amazing spaces in your, in your building. So how do you activate it and sort of tie all of that up together and meet all these different needs of different students?
First of all, if people want to stay in their room and feel comfortable with it, it's okay. For me, it's more about those people that feel excluded or something, or don't feel at home, that we should get in touch with. We are, of course, very present in our buildings. We run around. That's one of our things that we do, is digitalize as much as we can, not because we want to be lazy and at home, but to go in the field and talk with our students. And if there's something wrong, talk with them through WhatsApp, through other initiatives. For example, having some breakfast with them. And if there's somebody staying in his or her room because he wants to game or whatever, that's okay. But just being available, and present in the building or through other channels is important, I think, to get in touch with them. And of course, to facilitate that they do mingle around, because it's always some kind of step they have to take. But once they're there, it's like networking. It's a bit of the same. You have to take the first step, and that's what we try to cater with. Some breakfast, having some ice cream if it's hot. And so small things can do a lot, I think, to get them out of their room.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. Alberto, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, I think taking up on this, I think it's truly important. It's not just about making available facilities and services. Can speak about the gym, for instance. Sometimes put the gym there, and then the feedback we get is like it doesn't get used. Well, because it's just not enough. It's not just about providing equipment, but like planning, as we were saying, the way to engage, to bring the experience to the end user. And let me say, with students in particular, mental health is key. For us, sometimes the challenge is not really to engage people who are already fit, they know what to do, but get those ones who do not yet take proper care of themselves or their health, these dimensions, and get them engaged into taking proper care, adopting the proper habit. That's the true challenge, I believe.
And I remember talking to you, and there was also an article that you did last year for our trend report, where you talked about just the layout of the gym, which is also like, if you have like more equipments facing each other, it also feels more social, so it doesn't feel like an isolated activity that you're doing. So you could be chatting with your friend, and you could also be, just exercising. So that was something quite interesting in terms of like tying in the physical and the social aspect together.
Yeah, to add quickly on that, is basically that's what is behind the activity we do in digital. So it's not just about providing equipment, but it's really thinking carefully about how to make the experience accessible. And here we go, with inclusivity, that's key. Make sure everybody can get access to this experience. Gym could be intimidated. We want to break that barrier. Let's plan ahead properly the space, the floor, what could be the main piece of equipment to position at the entrance shouldn't be the most difficult one to use, right? So it's something to be careful planned and that we all should be taking care of.
But I think even about sports, you can do a lot, eh? You can do yoga classes, you can do Pilates, but you can also do kickboxing classes or even boot camps. So there is quite a lot what you can do where also people can get in contact with each other. And when you have somebody who is really the instructor, that also gives a lot of safe space then. So I think that also makes that even sporting, that where you feel like, this is not really my place. Well, yeah, you can join. There is an instructor also to help you. So I think that's very important.
Absolutely. And it's also, I know both of you have, you have student volunteers and you have community managers, and they're usually slightly older than the students, so they do feel a sense of like, okay, I can relate to this person, and I can,
we have connectors. They were named connectors, and they are really part of the student community. And of course, it's not they are not a student. They're definitely somebody else, but they're really aware of everyone. So they really connect with everyone, and they really understand what is going on, and also help people to step in a event or doing something together. That's very important to have that safe space.
Thanks for sharing that. And also, sorry, Arnie.
No problem. And whether you call them connectors or student coaches or whatever, we have an example of 2 students, and they are actually students, and we call them buddies, who are some kind of concierge in the building, but it's an opportunity for them, first of all, to get some responsibility in the building. They take some tasks for them. They also save money. If we talk about affordability, they don't pay for their student room, which is a lot of money that they save each month. And it's also some sort of peer-to-peer relationship with the other students. So if there is some sort of problem or a kitchen that is not that clean, they can talk to their fellow students as well, and it works very well. And I think it's, again, an opportunity to give them some responsibility, to save some money. And for us, it's a good way to get to know the students as well, because they are our target audience as well, and we work with them at the same time. So that works very well. And again, another example of the sports activities, we have one professional boxer who is traveling to Dubai to do some boxing and so on, but he has some financial issues. That's a perfect opportunity to say, okay, perhaps we can work together, or perhaps you can cater some sport events, and maybe we'll look into the future how we can help you out with your ambitions for the future. So it works really well both ways, I think.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that, and actually then sort of allows me to loop back to the topic that you brought about affordability and financial aid. I'll start with you, Jorgos, because you have certain schemes for students, sometimes scholarships and grants. Would you be able to tell me a little bit about them? And also, how many students do you actually potentially cover? Like, what's the percentage?
Yep. So Erasmus Student Network supports more than 350,000 international students in 44 countries in Europe and beyond, in Asia mainly. So how do we support them? Of course, we don't have the financial capacity to support them by our own organization. We are a student organization. But in the local level, our local organizations, there is ESN Barcelona here also. You can contact them later. So our local organizations can provide credible information on the housing market in the place that Erasmus students are going. In the national level, what our national organizations are doing are actually advocacy efforts towards national agencies for Erasmus+, for youth and education, and ministries of education to give a clearer picture to the decision makers of what is happening on the field. At the international level, ESN International is conducting research, high-level advocacy towards EU institutions to try to show, especially to national agencies in national level and the European Commission, the problems that we have on in the financial dimension on housing. For instance, the very simple example that I presented before to you, when the payment, the deposit of the grant is being made. Yeah. Is it after 2 months of the arrival of an Erasmus student? This is a problem because maybe Erasmus students need to pay a deposit for a longer period, etc., etc. So our main work on the financial aid is advocacy towards institutional level.
Okay, that's really interesting. And also when you talk about the 1 month rent that they have to pay as a deposit, that is very tricky, especially if you're not from the, for example, if you're not from the EU region, then you have to worry about sending money over, the conversions, and all of those costs really add up for students. Well, I mean, let's say if you're coming from one of the countries which doesn't use the euro and you are moving there. And when it comes to like eventually some students managing to get aid, it is still quite a significantly smaller number, isn't it? It's not a lot.
Yeah, so in many cases, the amount of the grant is not enough. Of course, there are social criteria with the new Erasmus Plus in the programming period of 2021-2027. And the social criteria, we more than welcome this kind of criteria, but we need also adjustments to the grants. For instance, in the case of inflation, the grants of Erasmus Plus are not adjusted to inflation and the new challenges that are coming up because the program was agreed before the crisis. So yeah, we have also this kind of social challenges.
Okay, understood. One of the facts that came out of the Student Living Monitor, and you all have had a chance to look at it, was that we had a question asking students to range from 1 to 5, how much they're struggling with their finances. So some are like, okay, we're not struggling at all, not concerned. And if you see their mental health index, the MHI-5 index that we map it against, the worse the financial situation is, the worse their mental health keeps going down. It's like, it's the chart which just goes down. And there are university grants, of course, and of course, well, it's not possible to cover everyone. No. I was just curious to learn a little bit about what TSH does and what Digit does. I understand you have students who work with you. Is there something similar that TSH does to help students?
Yeah, well, we just started this year, and it's a very small amount with scholarships. So it's really the first year that we are doing it, exploring how it works together with the universities, because we want to do it for the people who really needs it. I have a son and he's studying in Florence. Well, he's also all the time out of money and he shouldn't. So let's be honest, it's really also with the student, okay, how are you able to really go through the month with the right amount of money? But there are people who really don't have it. And then we really like to work together with universities to find out, okay, who are they? And can we bring housing in combination with a scholarship together with the universities for those students. Yeah.
So which universities are you currently working with?
Oh yeah, I think, I'm not sure at this moment. Frank is sitting there. We are around, yeah. We are with more universities at this moment. So I don't know exactly which one in every location, but we are in different cities. So it's not only Amsterdam or Rotterdam or Florence. It's in all the different locations where we are really piloting this at this moment. How does it work? Because you also have to really do it well. Also feel with the students, okay, what kind of need do they have else? Do they want that help or just not? Do they want just to be as everyone else? So or are they proud on it? Do they want to bring it? That's also what we find out, and we want to do it very well. So this is the first year piloting in, and then it will become bigger.
Well, we'll come back again next year and hear what the results
we have more experience.
Are like.
Good.
Arne?
Yeah, sure. I can add something to that. There are some specific examples. For example, if students renew their lease, we give away some well, not vouchers, just cash money, which we ask to spend to some sports gear or computers, not just liquor and cigarettes or whatever, something with a better or higher purpose, but to add it to a system. But it's only for, I think it's 5 students out of a portfolio of 1,200. So it assists some students, but it's not a structural way of supporting them. Something that hopefully can support each student is to move from a provision of costs for electricity and water, gas and so on, to a fixed fee where you really know upfront what your costs will be without any surprise at the end. I think that would be a great measure to avoid discussions as well and so on. But in the end, I think we have a structural paradox between the experience, the happiness and the affordability. And just like you said, the greater financial distress somebody is encountering, the less happy they become. And what do we want to offer? A lot of experience and common facilities and so on, which is very nice, but it still costs a lot of money. So we have to find a way to combine some experience for the students without exaggerating in the costs. And I think there is also a solution in how the buildings and new PBSAs are being developed. In Belgium, for example, I talked to a lot of governments, local governments, telling them that, for example, 10 people for one kitchen is a lot of kitchen for only 10 people. And they say, yeah, but it's in the law and so on and so on. And I say, okay, it's fine, but actually you're asking for every developer to only build, if you're talking about cars, to only build Mercedeses. And I love Mercedes with leather couches and big screens and so on. But when I was 18, a small Peugeot or whatever was fine. It got me from A to B, and that was something that I could afford. And if you're leveling up to only Mercedeses with the leather couches and so on, yeah, you will have prices for Mercedeses. And it's the same thing with student housing in Belgium, for example. They're asking for a lot of community of common areas and so on, but developers, investors cannot market such places, although I love them for the students, but there has to be a better balance. Yes, I want to have common spaces, but perhaps we can decrease some ratios in that respect, and that's something that is really hard, I think, to convince local authorities, because they are exaggerating a bit in the level of comfort in the building, which just costs a lot of money and doesn't match well with the affordability for the students.
So what is the balance then that you would be looking for?
But for example, high ratios, I have buildings with kitchens for 20, 30 people, which 30 is a lot, of course, but if you can already diminish the level of kitchens, we did the test in one building where we have 20 kitchens for 200 people, and you can count it's 10 people per kitchen. We just closed 5 kitchens, which save money in cleaning costs, because every kitchen needs to be clean, needs to be warm, and so on. And that's a cost that will be charged eventually one way or another to the students as well. And stuff like that, where you, of course, retain the common areas, where you retain safety standards, hygiene, and so on, but find a proper balance, which is sometimes lost in today's developments, I think.
Okay. But I think it's good to understand, because what in our own survey, we go a little bit deeper also. What do students really like? And so why and what is that combined with the quality score, but also with the well-being? And they say that if you have a good communal area, they really appreciate it, and they appreciate it more in the quality scores, but also in their well-being. So it's for us also good to all the time look also at the communal areas, and not only at the rooms or whatever, but really also the bigger areas. What can you do? How do you activate them? Yeah. And really, how do they look? They really appreciate it.
I fully agree. Again, I love to have communal spaces, but it's also something where we like to put our attention to, is like the connectivity, not just having internet and so on, which is like a basic amenity in a building. But I talked to you about it just a couple hours ago. With Techno Gym, for example, if we have one large area where we have a gym, we could broadcast some kind of Billy Banks, I don't know, whatever, interaction with other students on the other side of the screen who don't have the facilities at their student housing residence, but who can participate, or who can join us physically in another building, and perhaps blend students among buildings, which is of course possible if you operate multiple facilities. And then we can think about ways to still keep on the interaction between students without having all the spaces in each and every building, which increases the prices of each and every building, something like that.
So it's more about just not having spaces, but also like as long as they're accessible.
Yeah,
would you agree? Like, I mean, if you have like 2 buildings next to each other, and if you have a gym in one of them and a playing games room in one of them, they're just a matter of
fine.
accessibility as long as they have it.
That should be a good example, I think,
Yeah.
to scale your communal areas among multiple students. Yes.
But we also
Accessibility.
combine them with groups, so we combine them with hotel guests and with co-workers, etc. And then you have much more space to combine. And then, also the appreciations of the students become bigger, of course.
Yeah, if I may add on top, so accessibility is key and flexibility of the space. We think it came up also yesterday in some of the workshop we led during the site inspections. And again, thinking at how you can really think about solution to be activated in a flexible way in order to organize pop-up events, pop-up moments, which is also going along according to the feedback you do receive, which is a dynamic thing, from students. And this is another, I think, important topic, making sure you keep monitoring. So today has been wonderful because for the very first time, I think we kicked off an attention, a dedicated moment to share about this. But I keep taking the temperature on how it's going.
Thanks, Alberta. I'm just a bit mindful of the time. Shall we go to the final questions? Do you have any final remarks, Alberta?
Well, I think it was interesting to start thinking about the future, right? So we shared a bit about what's in place today, and maybe we start with you, Gargos, thinking about the future. What are your projects, you're working on to increase the students' well-being?
So our advocacy efforts are focused on the following areas. We want to prioritize accessible and secure housing options for international students. This is a very high concern for us. Secondly, on the part of financial support, to streamline scholarship disbursement processes for timely financial support, adjust grants of Erasmus Plus program to cover a significant portion of accommodation costs, in order to promote and foster more internationalization of higher education institutions and the exchange of students abroad. Regarding information, establish comprehensive resources or local housing markets. This is one of our key areas also because international students, especially keep in mind if they are out of the European Union, coming to a European country who is totally unfamiliar for them, big challenge. So even with the deposits, we have big scams. So the scam is not only on the informational side, but it has also a financial dimension, which is very, very crucial. Imagine to lose two payments out of nothing. And last but not least, community building. And here the role of private housing providers as you, but also student organizations such as CSN, are very, very important for international students to foster a sense of community and cultural integration among students. These are my final comments, I think.
Everything you said, and I've been an international student in Europe for several years, but not anymore. And yes, when you were saying these things, like I completely understand, and I'm like a little bit older than you, so I'm like, oh my God, things still hasn't changed, and they really need to. I would need that list. I kind of want to go through it. So thanks, Georgios. Alberta, I'm also going to ask you, what do you think when we talk about well-being? What should be the core focus in the future?
Yeah, well, I think we've been talking through all this time is like accessibility. There's a lot of ideas, solution, creativity around it. We heard a lot of precious initiatives. Just make it happen, make it solid and consistent, and keep checking feedback, making sure that truly each and every student get access and benefit from all these experiences we've seen so far. And on this, I see what for us, at least so far, it could be the game changer is also the digital ecosystem. So the access to the way to provide service and monitor with evidence of data, the feedback of, like for us, for instance, in a gym environment, the way the equipment and the experience gets used, how long are end user training for, what type of contents, what type of experience, how the percentage that then eventually log in, so that means there are a high level of engagement. So all important data for us to reassess what people actually want, how to develop further. And every single operator should put attention to these aspects to better plan future investments. Yeah, definitely.
Thanks, Alberta. You as operators, and you've both been working very hands-on on student well-being. You won the award as well. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
what is your core focus? If you could maybe focus on one thing when it comes to student well-being. I know it's not as simple, but or something that you haven't really tried but would want to when it comes to student well-being.
Well, I want one thing to say because, and then I answer your question. Next to that, you do a lot. Sometimes you also have to be there when a student is really not feeling well. And I just wanted to say we have a program. It's Open Up. And that program, over 900 sessions were planned in 1 year. Over 900. So it's over 75 sessions per month. So it's a huge amount. And people really give that, if we ask really what did it bring you, they give it a rate between 9.8 and 10. So you can be there. Of course, with the sporting, with all the activities, with all the connections, but sometimes you have to be there because somebody is not getting it out. And that is a program we do with Open Up. And it is, I have to say, when you see the numbers, it's amazing. And if I can help one student being less lonely, I think that is the best thing I can do ever. So for me, that is very important to say. And when I'm looking forward, for me, it's not that it should end when people are saying goodbye after a year or 6 months. But I love to keep them or give them the availability that they can stay in touch with us longer and learn longer. And of course, you know that we have several groups in our locations, so that is also quite affordable for us to do, to give not only the learning and development and the personal development when you are physical in our building, but also when you are not with us in the building. And I think that is very where we are focusing up on the future.
Thanks, Marianne. I don't want to sound cheesy, but that was really beautiful.
Thank you.
Arnie?
Okay, I'll try to match that level.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, but I think that the main area for us as an operator starts with what we're doing and probably can do better and so on is being available and communicate. And it sounds easy or an open door, but even if we have some problems, and there are problems, of course, sometimes things might run out of business like heating or whatever, or people might get into a dispute and so on. So if they can talk to us, meet us, get in touch with us, I think that's a key factor of increasing or meeting the desires to be happy or achieving some type of well-being in our residences. But again, if we talk back about the happiness factor and the fact that it's linked to affordability and the fact that that students have financial distress, then you have to tackle the supply-demand gap, where it's, I think, a role for governments, especially in Belgium, but it won't be only in Belgium, where they have to increase supply, because we cannot just lower the prices to take away the financial distress. That won't work either. And that's something where we should really work hard on, to have harder, better, faster, stronger permits without that much of discussions. Sometimes there is one person who can block an entire residence for years and years and years, and that's, I think, a permit discussion that applies to Belgium but also to other countries, and that's the sole factor to increase the amount. And another problem in that area is that a lot of cities, I think in Belgium almost all cities, don't even know how much rooms there are, so they cannot really make any projections on how many student rooms they need, because they don't even know how much students there are in their city, and so on and so on. So the supply-demand gap should be tackled as well, in order to relieve some stress from the financial problems that a lot of students face, I think.
So you're saying that, like, in order to, you're tying this up basically with affordability being an issue, and for that we need more supply, and for that we need changes in regulations, and
definitely more supply, changes in regulations, perhaps more certainty about it, or more predictability for developers, for investors, and so on, because that also increases prices of small plots that are being available and so on, and it just increases the rent prices in the end as well. And we as operator will, of course, try to do our best in facilitating the daily life in the residences, but to really tackle the financial issue. And we do our research as well in Belgium, and we have a lot of conclusions from questionnaires with students, but the main thing is the price. So that's something that we cannot change by ourselves.
Yeah, you can't total control over it. Thanks, Arnie. We have some time for questions. Anyone? You have a question?
Eva.
Hi.
Hi everyone, I'm Eva Sosa from the Social Hub. It's more than a question, it was just more like an addition of what you already said.
Sorry.
Maybe it's
you have to put very close.
maybe it's evident, do you hear me? Maybe it's a bit evident, but I wanted to add that besides the experiences and the spaces that are very important for the students' well-being, I think that also the human capital, it's something that is super important in the companies, like a company that it really invests in training their employees, who take care of their happiness and their own mental health, is super important. And the Social Hub, this is something that I'm very proud of, and we feel that we are very taken care of. And you will see that the teams will be able to react, and like Marion was saying, like just be there for them, but know how to be there, because we are trained for that. As a mother, we said that if you are well, you feel well, you take care of yourself, you'll be able to take care better of your child. And it's a little bit like that at these companies, at the PBSA. No, if the company is okay, has a good culture, people culture, and the staff is also happy, you will be able to also be more proactive and have to help your community.
Yep.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Alberta.
Thank you, everybody.
Very much.
Thanks, everyone. Stick around for the next session.
Very much, guys. Wonderful. Right, we're just going to have 2 minutes break. We're just going to put one of the sponsors' videos on, and then we'll be back. Thank you very much. Hi everybody, this is our last session. The final session is designing spaces for people and planet. And if I may start introducing the panel. The moderator is Benjamin Hall. He's going to come in the middle, but the first person to invite up is Judith, who is the head of community at Live. Judith? 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 Round of applause for those left here. Hi, Judith. You're going to sit that first one, actually. Crumbs. Our second panelist is Camille, who's the manager for urban planning and 15-minute city C40 cities. Then we have Benjamin Hall from Loft. Benjamin.
He's very relaxed now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Benjamin's our moderator today, so thank you very much, Benjamin. Then we have Joe, who's an interior design director of ADP Architecture.
Okay.
And finally, we have Juliet, who's the director at Student Experience based in Amsterdam. Thank you very much. Great. Over to you, Benjamin.
Okay, hi everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're here to talk today about designing spaces both for the people and the planet. And I've been sort of playing around with the app a little bit at the conference, and we actually had a couple of questions from the delegates that I think that we're gonna start with. So the question that was started with was, what in our experience has the panel found that has either impacted and helped with facilitating community? So I think we're going to start with Juliet and what she's found so far.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm Juliet. I'm an operator of student housing in the Netherlands. And what we've found so far is that working together, both development and operations, really helps in designing spaces for the future. And I always like to work with some examples, so I will start with that. If you're asking me, what is something that we did that actually helps us up till now to create a better world, I think we're housing the leaders of the future. So what we did was placing energy meters in every studio to actually make students aware of the energy usage. And you get charged based on what you actually do. And not just leaving them to experience that, but actually educate them on that. So working with user manuals, working with events to make people aware of what they can do to contribute to a better world. I think that's a really short explanation of what we would like to do.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. And you're managing and running events that help facilitate community. Could you tell us a few things about what works and what doesn't work in that respect, please?
Yeah, of course. So in my experience, what it's worked really well in the spaces is the purpose and sense of belonging. So in terms of designing, it's very important to bring people together. And I think more and more we are seeing like the necessity of also building workshops and interaction within the community. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And Camille, from your experience, what's worked to help facilitate community within residential development?
Yeah. So at C40 Cities, we're mostly working with cities. And what we see in terms of building and working with the local communities, how do you engage them? And for that, you need to really target the groups and see exactly who you are talking to and how you are talking to them. And we see that this is very important at all the stages of the project, not only in terms of like co-creation at the beginning, but also involving them throughout the process until the delivery and afterwards, also in making the student housing livable. And the kind of actions that you can have within the building itself afterwards. Yeah. And this go even beyond the building and like also in the public space and making sure that you have some kind of activities that are happening everywhere.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. And Joe, from a design perspective, is there anything that you found that helps human beings to live and operate within residential?
Well, I think in any home that you're living in, I think the most important thing is really going back to some of the basics that we need to operate as humans and try and get ourselves out of that survival mode where we're actually, linking in with light and nature and how we can actually bring that within our environments that we're creating, because this is this is the important part, you know, that we need to look at for the future, and how we actually engage in making people thrive in these spaces, and the students, putting them in the best position so they can be the best they can be as well. So yeah, for us it's definitely light is so key. It's so important in interior spaces for sure.
Yeah, so is there anything specific from an operational perspective that you guys have been involved with or designed that has sort of had a positive impact on the interaction between students, and also helping people to make friends in a new environment, things like that?
Yeah, I think it's working on a platform for sustainable living. So working together with the students, with suppliers to organize energy challenges, for example, in terms of gamification, explaining people how you can work together to make it better. And I really feel that people need to connect in order to do so. And that's where we as an operator have a job to do, to connect people to each other. And that's a challenge in this time, because everything is online, everything is digital, and you really want to have that personal connection from us as an operator towards the students, talking to them, getting to know them, not only having their rental agreement and seeing them as a number, but they're people, and we need to understand the people that we are working with. But also for them to be able to connect and to create memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's the important part, and we're all trying to enhance the residential experience for students. But from once you've created these events and you've created these social spaces, it's not guaranteed that the students are actually going to come and use those spaces. And I think from our perspective at Loft, we spend a lot of time talking about how to lay out a room and which materials should be used. But is there anything from a sort of co-living perspective that you've found works that we can share with the audience of what, if they've got large areas of a building that isn't being used, what can we do?
Yeah, so at CoLive, as a global association, we have plus 6,000 members, so you can imagine it, they are all from everywhere in the world. So I found very important to have a one-on-one conversation with all of them first, so you get to know them, you get to know what are their challenges in these times, and then you kind of personalize an experience for them, or bear in mind that the kind of interest they have, so you can prepare online workshops or specific events, so you already know these people are coming, and it's some topics they are very interested in. So yeah, I will personalize and get the time to get to know them really well, not just treating like one member more, no, get to know them.
Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of people at the conference today about sort of social applications where you would plug in your interests and what you enjoy doing in your spare time and things like that, where they can help sort of group people together. Have you seen anything like that on your travels, Camille?
Yeah, well, I guess what we really try to push is also the flexibility of the space, because what we see is that in a way the building that will be the most sustainable is the one that you don't build. So in a way, what we want to try is also make sure that what we are doing with what we have in the room will be fitting for not only the uses of the students now, but the needs of the students in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years, and like as long as this living space live. So what we see is that we really try to push for designing with furnitures and with all the cards we have in our hands for places that we can play with along the time, and the flexibility of space and time, I think, is really important to take into consideration when designing the student housing.
Yeah. And Joe, from an interior design perspective, what sort of is the ideal sort of environment that you think for sort of social facilitation?
Well, I think you have to treat every project differently in far as the context of where the actual building is.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge piece of work that you must do on every project that you do, where you look at the identity of the building, the brand, the university, and really kind of bring that through to your design, because all that narrative and that words and all the branding that you do at that early stage, for me, is as crucial as what the ideas that you come up with. There's a huge piece of work, I think. We spend a lot of time talking about, you know, what that is, and then we take those words and make them three-dimensional in those spaces. And I think that's really important, that, you know, what you carry through has its own identity, so that as the flexibility, as you've got the change of spaces, there's a core there's a core underlying fundamentals of what the building is and what the university is that feels quite reassuring. And I think in all these scenarios, you want to kind of support people in the best way they can. And I think by having some sort of framework that makes people feel secure and supported in the fact that, you know, this is a clear direction of the university, this is learning and all those things. But I think the clever thing is with design, and the fun thing, and this should be joyful, I think this whole experience of design and what we're doing, we're at such an exciting time. You know, it should be a joyful experience, and that we should be playing, you know, it should be playful. We should think about how we play with all these new ideas, because we don't know what all the answers are yet. And I think it's really important that we can, you know, have a little play with how we do things, and the communication thing is so key.
Yeah,
you know,
bringing the students into the conversation more and asking them what
definitely.
they actually want. I think that
and how you receive that information, how the students receive it is so key, because people will receive it in different ways, your kinesthetic, audio, whatever. You know, I think we need to make sure that we are showing our design in different ways to engage people, because this is all about connectivity, isn't it? It's connectivity in community, individually, and if we can connect the spaces with people and just have all those different access points, as many access points as possible, I think that's when the spaces will get better.
Well, the piece of research, I don't know if anybody's sort of like spent the time to sort of read the student report that was done by the guys at WOW in this class conference, and it's a hugely groundbreaking piece of sort of research where we found that the majority of students that are living in PBSA and shared living today are feeling isolated and alone.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're sitting here as adults trying to come up with ways for people that are 10, 15, 20 years younger than us to interact, and is a little bit arrogant of us to sort of think that we even know how these guys want to live. And I think I've had quite a few interesting conversations today about the way that can be facilitated. And, you know, you've got quite a formal environment in your housing, and then you've got quite a formal environment in your school or in your university. But if you don't want to go drinking, or if you don't want to play sports, like, what else is there for people to do? And I think that how do we get closer to the students? Obviously, pieces of research like this are really super important, but is there anything that you guys are doing from an operator perspective where you're interacting on a quantitative or a qualitative basis, like bringing the students into how the building's operated and how it's designed?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, because you have a lot that you can do with data, but my experience over the years is that talking to people is actually the best thing you can do. So what we do with our students is, before they come and live with us, we have a meeting. It's just 15 minutes to get to know them and also make them feel safe, because I think it's important that you know where to go if you have a question or a suggestion to do something fun, to connect to people. And of course, we have a community platform, which is great because it's a tool to actually organize things that speak to mind, but that's not how you involve the people. It really starts with meeting them, and I would like to do that more often, to get to know what goes on in their minds, because it has changed a lot over the years. We started 8 years ago, and if I look at our community building program, we started with welcome drinks. Now we're doing game nights, to actually have an activity for people to really connect and not feel scared to go to the bar, talk to people, but have that moment of connection.
Yeah, but I think the feedback that I've certainly got is that's okay if that's being run by the building manager or the university, but they might not want to, might want something that's external from that as well. And is that something that the co-live guys are sort of operating for, an external solution for sort of social facilitation, or is it mainly alongside an operator or a university?
Well, I think what it works well now is having a right resource or tool, as you mentioned, to explain them in advance what they are going to see in their first day, for example, in a new building, in a new student house, because that will give them confidence also to walk in on the first day because they already know in advance what they can expect. Also having a directory, we found it very interesting. You join us, but you can see in advance who is within the building or within the community. Yeah. And as you said before, asking questions about the people who is in, they also can find a match between them. Also for the more, let's say, shy people, they can maybe find a match within the community. So a directory works really well, and also having tools and some information before they come to live in their houses. That helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's trying to remove those barriers, isn't it? And sometimes, like, I don't think I'd really be wanting to like download an app and upload my information and then sort of like wait for things to happen. It's almost like, from an intentional communities perspective, how do you sort of group people together? And I think from my perspective, from a furniture perspective, we're a furniture supplier, you know, and recycling and upcycling existing products is probably the most sustainable thing you could do. So like running a workshop where people could come and understand how to repair furniture or reupholster furniture, or even sort of like a swap meet type situation where people would bring some of their possessions down and see if anybody wants to, and try and forge sort of conversations around things that are a little bit different from where are you from, what do you study, shall we go for a drink, do you play sport, you know, this sort of stuff. Is there anything other than that sort of thing that you found, Camilla, over your experience?
Yeah, so what we try to do at C40 as well is bringing the students in the decision-making process, or at least in the designing process. And so we developed it already 3 years ago. We just launched the 3rd edition of Student Reinventing Cities. Again, we're always a little bit on the bigger scale, which is like the neighborhood scale. But I think it's the same for the living, is how can you bring the students on board and also stimulate all their great ideas that you can have when you're young, and just and you can be studying architecture or not. If you can be studying just urbanism, you can be studying anything that is closely related to living, and having this kind of multidisciplinary team coming together and trying to work together on the same project of what do you want to see happen in the neighborhood you live in. And we launched this now with 14 cities this year. And they have like a whole semester to work on that project for their neighborhood that we identify with the city. So we support the city in picking a site that makes sense for the students to think of. And then we conduct a jury with academia, with experts, with urbanists. And then we look at the projects and pick the best one. It's a reward process, but what the students get out of it is that they can then, like last year, the students that won the project, that won the competition in New Orleans, got the chance to meet the mayor of New Orleans and present their project to the mayor. In Sao Paulo, they got the chance to present the project on TV. But in other cities, they actually get a seat at the city council where they're going to discuss the planning of that neighborhood. And I think this kind of incentives for students to also be involved in the process is interesting, because you can have the open doors being like, hey, if you want to give your opinion, you can come in. But it's also another process to actually go and knock on the door and being like, hey, we want your opinion, so come in the room. And I think this is the kind of process that makes it really valuable, both for the students, of course, but also for us as planners.
And what sort of like appetite do you see, though, for that? Do you get a good response from that?
We get a lot of response. We get hundreds of projects for almost all of the cities where we launched the competition in. Yeah. And it also takes a lot of time to review all those projects. And sometimes it's so hard to choose. So some cities would be like, okay, too hard. We just got to have 2 teams that going to win that project and that competition, because you realize that there's so much going on that, like, when you get into the professional world and you feel constrained by a lot of things because you know the rules, you know the regulation, and you know that this is going to be tough. But when you give it to students, they think outside the box, which is sometimes hard to do when you're in the professional world. So.
Yeah, and so what is the competition? It's a competition for designing placemaking, or?
So it's for redesigning neighborhoods. So what we try to focus on is usually underused spaces, underused plot of lands, or it can be a vacant land, a brownfield, or it can be just a dysfunctional public space, that roundabout where there is just tons of cars and like no crossing for pedestrians. So it's, again, we're working at the neighborhood scale, so it's a bit further away from just housing, but it can be applied to housing, and it's supporting the city to pick a site where they're like, oh, we're running out of idea almost, we don't know what to do, and then just making it small enough so the students can be really ambitious, but at the same time being big enough so that you can have all the different parts of the city, like a little bit representative of what could not work in the city.
Right.
And so they have like 6 months to work on it, and it's a really nice process to see and to also see what the cities are doing with the projects.
Yeah. And Juliette, you mentioned when we were having a chat earlier about the modular housing that you guys have designed that can be moved into different areas of the city if potentially it didn't work in that area. That was really interesting. Do you want to tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. We designed a building 8 years ago that was meant to be there for 12 years. So it almost ends. So we're now at a point where we are investigating whether we can take the prefab units. It's self-contained prefab units, so it's like Lego for adults. And we are trying to figure out which parts of the building we can reuse, and we will reuse as much as possible and relocate it to a different location where we can look at if it's meant to be for students, but also other target groups, because the building itself is flexible. So it's units of 21 square meters, but we can make them 40 square meters, for example, for different target groups. And the whole idea behind it was it's if you do an operation for 12 years, it's like a very challenging project to do financially.
Yeah.
So the idea was always from the start, okay, we're gonna build something and we're gonna bring it into the future. We're gonna reuse it and recycle it where we can. And yeah, that's what we like to do. And working together with planners and municipality is a challenge to find a place to actually move it to, but I'm pretty sure that we will manage to do it.
Because it must be quite isolating as a student to sort of like live on a campus that's a little bit outside of a city and sort of only be around students. I always felt I preferred my student experience when I was in a more diverse location, and I've stayed in lots of different places when I was a student, and I think if you could have the ability to be able to pick and choose where these, if it was a mobile type housing, it's quite an interesting idea. And I just want to talk a little bit more about like the future and what the future might hold. We're launching our Futurist collection today, and I'm big into futurism and sort of like, since lockdown, you know, like everything that's sort of happened in the past is kind of irrelevant now, and we're still experiencing the ripple effect of everything that happened during that lockdown period, especially young people who were having to experience their education on a screen, and they sort of got out of the habit of social interaction and being around other people. And I'm just wondering from your perspective, Joe, what you think the future of that type of design might be.
I mean, the future, I think, of design generally is that interior design has to work a lot harder than it has been. And I always see interior design in sort of three sections. You've got interior architecture, which is where we completely blend with the architecture of the building to create amazing spaces that benefit us. You've got interior specification, which is the practical things, that the bones of it. If you tipped it upside down, it doesn't fall off. And then you've got your furniture as well. And all of them are and furniture and decoration, but all of them are as important. And I think with interior design, there's always been this thing about, you know, people perceive interior design as different things, but there are clearly different sections, and I think it's really important for the future of it that we firstly identify that there is different sections to interior design, and that we need to really zone in on each of those interior design elements. So, you know, spaces, the practicalities of the physicalities, you know, even things like door handles and stuff, and security down through to the colors and the lighting which has been installed in the architecture. But as far as the future of design, wow, that's an interesting one for me. So I call myself an intuitive, but I'm very much, I'm researching a lot of things that are unmeasurable at the moment, and you know, and all those things connected with emotions. And it's quite an exciting time because I think we are suddenly finding the science behind some of the things which I was called a little bit strange for, that I felt were really, important in spaces. Things like emotions and all those things that are opposite to process-driven answers to designing spaces. I think data is really important. We need to have this backup data to move things forward. But we need to be, the future of design is very much linking that sort of psychology and how our brains work to really fully understand how we work as humans to get the best out of us. Because we haven't tapped into this at all yet. We really, really don't know so much. And I just love that whole exploration. I think we're at a really exciting time, and we need to be playful with it. We need to be creating spaces, and we need to be brave. But we can only be brave in a process-driven world and a commercial world when we can do it slowly, baby steps, on how we create those spaces and create different spaces, and we just do it gently. But I think using that psychology is definitely the future.
We probably need to do a bit more research into the impact of the digitalization, which is clearly going to be the future as our bank accounts are here, our ID is here, our travel arrangements is all here, and it's sort of like being able to separate what you use your digital companion for and then try and let go of that in order to go out and share energy with other people, which is...
Well, I think a major factor is consciousness and unconsciousness, and I know a lot of people talk about this, but if we can really, really be aware as designers in making these spaces for people, what is going on at a conscious level and what is going on at an unconscious level. So, a really simple thing is like entrances and thresholds and transition spaces, and we were talking about it in the taxi last night, for me it's so important because you're in the space, you're thinking about the end result getting you in the space, but it's that transition. So we need to go beyond what we thought interior design is, as far from my point of view, and we need to work with you guys to really just take this another level. We've got to work much harder because we have got a mental health issue across all sectors at the moment, and I feel that we are in a position where we've got access to loads of knowledge and loads of scientific data, and we've just got to use that in a really positive way to trial out some of these spaces to make them better. Materiality, there's so much we don't know about energy, the vibration of materials, everything is works towards how you feel in spaces. How you feel creates emotions, emotions create behaviors. So once we recognize all that and we start to really, how do we work that? It's exciting, it's really good. It may feel overwhelming, but it's exciting.
If anyone's seen the documentary on the blue zones that's on Netflix right now, and the people that live in these blue zones are living to 90 years of age, and fundamentally the reason that they're living for that long is because of the sense of togetherness that is in these locations, because there is a really, really strong sense of community. And I'm just interested, Judith, to understand a little bit more about sort of the future of communities from your perspective, and how we can fight against the challenge of the messaging that the media is telling us of you're better off on your own, stick to yourself, just stay with your family, don't go outside, it's dangerous, and all of these lies, that are constantly pumped by fear. What can we do to sort of counteract that from a community facilitation perspective?
Well, I think first you have to do like a very good research to see what's going on and what is coming for sure. But what it helps again is, I think especially after the pandemic, I think people feel more sociable and they're really willing to connect with people, and they're finding that these kind of communities and to have a sense of belonging, helping them to feel better or to even become together to help each other with our challenges, but also with our to thrive, no? So I think I see the future like keep doing this, like keep trying to have a reason to bring people together, even online events or in-person events. I think it's the most important. And like as you say, like you have to also be there for them, like to empower them to come together and I think in buildings and co-living spaces, you also need to have a person who is in charge of building this community. I think it's really important. So for them to have someone that they can talk and share yeah, their experience and their talent. So yeah.
Yeah, so in the lockdown, we sort of tried to find a way of bringing people together that wasn't inside. So we looked outside and we started to do these tree planting networking events where everybody would come and sort of plant trees and offset and balance their carbon, and sort of like it was physical, it was outside, everybody was together, everybody was trying to do something for the greater good. And I'm just wondering if that really worked really well, because across all ages, all backgrounds, everybody was really keen on sort of doing their bit for the environment, but also at the same time, it's impossible not to sort of interact with other people. Have you found any other type of events or situations like that where community and communication has been facilitated, you know, in a really pleasant way?
Yeah, I think what is really interesting since the pandemic is that it really reconnected us with our local environment. It's like all of a sudden we were not able to go that far. We were stuck at home and in our direct local environment, and that really reconnected us with where we live. And I think this was really interesting in terms of community building, because then you would be interested, you would get to know your neighbors, you would get to know who, like the local shop owners like that are living next to you. And I think we really saw now that, at least from our perspective, working with cities, that now it seems like the long urban planning plan that would be for 25 years is kind of like, it's still there, we still need them, but now cities are really more into developing this kind of neighborhoods life and really bringing them to as we were saying, empowering the communities to lead their own activities. The other day there was in Paris this huge neighborhood dinner in a big street, and all the neighbors coming together for lunch. This was something that had never happened before. And the truth is that the closeness and the community building that it brought to cities was amazing, and then they could build up on that and allow them to just thrive in this kind of initiative. So yeah, I would say the community that it brought was just incredible.
Yeah. It's difficult to force people to do things. It's difficult to say, okay, now we're going to have fun. Woo! Now we're going to have study time. You know, it needs to be a bit more fluid from my perspective. And I think I would just like, is there a mic over there? Do you want to I would just like to start bringing in the audience a little bit and see if there's anything that they'd like to ask us. Hi, is there any questions like the audience would like to ask? Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yeah.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentations. I'm a student myself, so this is also super relevant to me. One of the things you talked about that really resonated with me is like, you do have to humanize it and then bring it to, you know, the human level and really connecting with the students. When I had an experience living in a dorm, I lived in 2 different dorms, and one of the things I felt like that the student housing didn't really care about me. It was more for them, you pay your money, pay your rent, and live there, and then don't flood it, and that's about it. So how do you make sure that you get that two-way communications, that you do get feedback from students, they stay in touch with them, kind of in a way showing, like, how do you make sure that you do get that feedback from students that are living in those residences?
I think that's you, Juliet, that one.
Yeah, I would love to answer that question. I think as an operator, you should not be afraid to get feedback, to really actively get that feedback from students and not be scared that you hear something that you might not like. We did a lot of surveys over the year among students, next to talking to them, of course, but also to get the data in. And at first we were a little bit scared, to be honest, because when you hear as an operator that you're not doing things right, you have to stand up and improve. And I think getting the combination of the data that we retrieve with sending out surveys and talking to students and just getting the feeling, you know, because sometimes when you fill in something online, it's not necessarily what you're feeling that happens. Combining those 2 things help us to connect. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, thank you.
Yeah, and have you found anything, Judith? Have you experienced anything where?
Yeah, I think in this case communication is the key. So basically, I think having like maybe a weekly newsletters to send you some information about the building, about your new neighbor, new student. Also, WhatsApp groups works very well now, especially that WhatsApp has a community chats. I think that's also a key for you to keep update of what's happening and to be able to connect with other students. Yeah. So, yeah.
And Katya, we were speaking earlier about an additional space, the third space. Do you want to just ask that question to the guys? Because I think they'd be quite interested in it.
Yeah, for sure. So I was talking about the concept of having a third space. So I also definitely felt like I had my residence, my room, and then my university, but I didn't necessarily have a third space that wasn't, let's say, a bar. And a third space is a space where you can just go and hang out with your friends without having to spend money. That's, you know, welcoming and that you can just hang out at. So have you guys invested or created any of those third spaces where students can go and hang out without necessarily spending any money?
Camille, is this something that you've seen in the city placemaking design? Because when I was younger, there was youth clubs, and those youth clubs were busy. But obviously with the austerity measures that have been brought in since sort of 08, 09, a lot of that sort of funding socially has been pulled. And I'm just wondering, with the future of city design, have you seen much of that?
Definitely. I think this is something through how we see cities now. We see them as like what we push at least at C40 is the 15-minute city concept, the idea that within short distance from your home you can have access to all the basic needs and amenities that you could need during your life. And I think this idea of flexibility of space and adaptable space is really key for that, is that if you bring mixed use, if you bring different uses together, then first the economic model of it is a little bit easier because you have more things to do there. And then if you bring, like you want to have that free space for students to hang out, then if within the housing you have access to that library, but there is also this coffee shop and there is also this shared laundry system or whatever the uses that it is, then it just brings first a lot of social cohesion because it's not the same people that are not necessarily coming to the same place. And we see a lot of new initiatives like this and also new kind of cooperatives coming up and trying to build the spaces for the people that live in the neighborhood. And it's no longer about, oh, I need to go to my university, so I'm traveling half an hour to go in town to go to my university. Then I need to go to my tennis class or whatever, entertainment that you need to do, and then you will always have to cross again. And because this has an impact on climate, all the transport emission that it brings also has an impact. So what we're trying to do is just bringing options into all the area of the cities. So that's the main momentum that we're seeing at the moment.
So I've seen some quite interesting stuff where retail units that aren't being used are taken over by a group of people that will then run 5 or 6 different retail activities from that one unit. So it's quite old-fashioned to have a huge showroom now. You know, you have experience stores and stuff like that, but it'd be perfect if operators and university providers, accommodation providers, would look at using their retail spaces for 6 or 7 different uses. So in the morning, yoga, early morning yoga, then coffee, then a place where people could go and hang out, and then in the afternoon, a fitness class, and then in the evening, somewhere where people could go and use this. I think we've been quite pigeonholed in the way that we use a space, and there's definitely more that we could get from it for students. And I think hopefully you guys can see like there is a large community of people, certainly a global community of people with the Class Foundation that are actually trying to work out ways to improve the facilitation of interaction and bring back togetherness to the university experience and prevent this isolation that we can all see is happening through being nervous about what somebody may or may not think about you in real life. Do you know what I mean? And I think we're all kind of committed to this, and we need you to be, you know, confident enough to come and speak to us and complete these questionnaires and stuff like that get put out there. Okay, so we've got like 5 minutes left. Is there any other questions from the audience anyone would like to ask?
Whilst we're talking about being brave.
Yeah. I'm like blinded by the lights.
Maybe just to give an example.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, there's a question already. I'll just take the question.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi there. No, yeah, thank you so much for this panel. My name is Alexandra. I'm also a student. I go to the same university as Katya, actually. And my question is sort of, I guess like a lot of the things you were talking about is more, I guess like in-person related things that you could do like in person. But I guess like with students, there's sort of like this rise of a more like digital aspect of things and more like technology based, like social media based. So I guess like my question would be, how do you sort of incorporate that, I guess, into student housing as well, and sort of take note of, I guess, like the more social media, like rise of things, and how.
Just speak a little bit closer.
Sorry.
So your question is, how can we use digital to help with social facilitation?
Yeah, because like with students, like social media is like such a big thing. In-person events are obviously like such a great opportunity, but I was just like wondering, like, how do you, I guess, like navigate or incorporate that as well into student housing?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you've got something that you guys have designed, haven't you, that we spoke about from the facilitate, where you're measuring the sort of behaviors and stuff like that, was it?
Sorry, I didn't really get the question.
So how can we use the digital world to help facilitate interaction within student accommodation?
Yeah, I think that starts with making it simple for us as well, because if you have an app that is really complicated, our experience is that people are not going to use it. So the things we do to actually make people aware is making it as simple as possible by working with QR codes that we place in the rooms. You can just scan, and then you can see on our community platform all the things that we do, but we also invite the students to organize it themselves. So you have one place where you actually centralize everything that you facilitate as an operator. That is what we do, and we are still improving on that, because I think that needs to be done.
Yeah, anything to add to that, guys, from a digital perspective? There's a lot of apps and stuff out there. I think there's a Coley app, and then there's one called Going that I've just experienced while I've been at this course, and there's quite a lot of social facilitation apps that are being designed. It's just how user-friendly they are, because obviously they're being designed by us, who are 20 years older than you guys, and it's whether that user interface is actually something that you like to use, or it's deemed as being sort of worthwhile. You know, it's a tricky question, because digital is changing so fast all the time as well. Like, and change is speeding up all of the time. I suppose it's down to the operator really to come up with new ways of finding ways to socially interact.
I suppose the best way, you know, digitally is collecting data so that you can move forward. So we've got all that information. So good quality data is really, really crucial for us to make those decisions on what the challenges are to improve on them and see where those gaps are really. But I mean, there's so much we can do in the spaces we've got already that we haven't even touched upon yet, which I'm really excited to be working on.
Okay, well the time's almost up. If there's any, we've got probably time for one quick question, if there is any. If not, I think that's a wrap. 11:11. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay,
well done. Thank you very much, panel. That's been great. So.